Yeah. Hello, everybody. I need to make sure I'm not looking at the screen, but I'm looking at where the camera actually is. This thing, which is gonna be weird because I'm looking at a black dot. But hello, how's everybody doing? Sprance, yes, Kevin. I don't have a way to conveniently access a mouse. There we go. Sprance, yes, we're doing Sprance. Today I am joined by Anitha, who has a channel, and I will eventually link her channel down below. I didn't really do anything with the description this time because I made it like an hour or two ago. But this is Anitha. She has a channel. She's great. Anitha, say hi and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hey everyone. My channel name is my own name, Anita Kade. I mostly read fantasy. I think I read most of the books Pete is reading generally. We end up being in the same buddy reads almost 3 to 4 books we read per month. So, hi.
I feel really bad right now because I've mentally been pronouncing your last name Gade for some odd
That's
reason
okay.
because I'm
You
an
know,
idiot.
you don't have to worry about it. My friends from childhood, not exactly childhood, at least after school. I mean, people from my school, they're from the same place. They know how to pronounce my first, I mean, second name, last name. But everyone else, like after once I got into college or after my work, everyone, even in India, they pronounce my name wrong. So I got used to it.
I'm so sorry.
So
Hello, Patrick. Also, we have another guest. We have our incoming hob bomb, Derry.
Hi.
I was like,
And I
Hob
missed the
Bomb.
beginning
It
of
should
that.
be
So
Debbie.
Oh no, this is a very flexible stream. People are going to be popping in and out. People are
no,
welcome to
but I
pop in
need
and out. So like,
but it means I might be pronouncing your name wrong. How do I say your name properly? Anita.
Anita, correct.
Oh, okay,
We are
that's okay then.
talking. We are
it would
talking about my last name.
Oh, how do I pronounce your last name?
It's Gade.
Gade. Anita Gade. Okay, I
Yeah.
can remember that. It's always worth asking. Hello. Oh, Kev, you're here on the buzzer. Jeez. And Shadia. Look at this chat. And Kate. Yay. All
Kate
the
will be
best
on later.
people. Yay. Hmm.
So the purpose of today's stream is the age-old problem of I have a wall of books and some of them I need to read, but I can't really access right now. Yay!
This is the quite clear downside to the awesome Tetris.
It is, which means I have to think. Because I have like, let's see here. I have The Company, which I'm going to read with Anitha whenever one decides to show up on her doorstep, which is like right there.
Of course,
Yeah,
it's
and
right
it's
in the
like,
middle of the wall. Of
yeah, it's like
course,
horizontal and everything. And I'm
yeah,
built, yeah. So I can't do it without everything just coming,
yeah.
which is bad.
It's structural, so clearly that's the one you need to read.
Exactly.
Are you going to put?
Exactly.
Are you going to put all your apt books down now?
Yeah, so I think some of my Shadow of the Apt books, since I'm done with that series finally, and we need to have a live show about it. I'm definitely going to use those as more structural books. Because I have like a very specific arrangement. Like over here, let me move the Legos. I don't even know where I want to put it.
It is very cool Lego. No. Ooh,
Cool. Yeah, it did fit. Cool.
nice.
Yes, it's great. It's from a video game. It's awesome because Horizon Zero Dawn. But so right here, there's like you can see cigar boxes that I
Yes.
have that are like not very well.
Oh,
Probably see it better there now. I
Okay.
probably should get like a flashlight or something because my lighting may or may not be terrible. But you can see cigar boxes that kind of like sit
Yes.
there as like rigidity things, and I have to have a lot of weight on top of those so it doesn't like topple over because physics.
Yep.
what is it? Black hole? I should say black square in the center.
Oh, that's literally a hole.
That's the physics defying hole. Okay.
Yeah. So between the dresser here and this, you can't tell, but this is actually a bookshelf. Because
Yep.
the bookshelf is
I have to
facing
say,
that way.
I have always envied your Han Solo. That
Thank
is very
you.
cool. So,
I don't actually
hey,
know where I bought it.
Oh, really? Here's a piece of trivia for you. For those who have also watched Firefly, if you watch very carefully, there are 2 scenes where you can see where they forgot to clear Han from where the props people used to try and leave it unobtrusively in the background.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I need to rewatch Firefly for the 5th time now.
I need to watch it for the first time. So many people
Oh,
recommended
you
it to me.
really do. It's so great. So great.
It's a classic, and I fully am against Disney making a remake.
Oh, it's got to the point where I am too. 10 years ago, I'd have been like, yay, more Firefly. Now I'm like, please don't touch it.
Yeah,
Please
because like
just don't.
there's a certain amount of one they mentioned that they want to make it family friendly and whatever, and I'm like, I don't like the sound of that. Like, I'm not opposed to
No.
family friendly things, but like,
Firefly is not a family-friendly story.
no. Um, and on top of
And it
that,
gets rid of one of my favorite characters.
right? Yeah, you have to completely change her.
Yeah.
But like with everything, Joss Whedon is not going to be involved, and he's
No, which
also a
means
douchebag.
Yeah. But it means
So,
that thing that was actually really good about Firefly won't be there.
yeah.
I'm very sad because I like Avengers.
Yeah. I'm really sad about the whole Joss Whedon fallout because I was just super sad about that because Firefly is amazing and Dr. Horrible sing-along blog is just a piece of internet genius.
It really is. I have a playlist that is called Hats and Shows that basically has all the musical tunes that I like. And right now it's slowly growing. It has Greatest Showman, which the more I
Hugh
think about
Jackman's
it,
pretty cool.
it's great, but it's just the whole concept of Greatest Showman is really ironically funny to me.
Horrible. Yeah.
For one, have you ever seen a picture of Barnum, like the guy that Hugh Jackman plays?
I don't think I have, but I do know enough about him to be quite horrified that anybody wants to make him even more famous.
Well, let's just say he's the opposite of Hugh Jackman because Hugh Jackman is very attractive.
Also
P.T. Barnum,
quite lovely.
Yeah, P.T. Barnum looks like a wart.
Okay.
Like, it's funny. So there's that. There's Hamilton because obviously. Tick Tick Boom is one thing that I've been rewatching a few times because it's
okay.
There's things in Tick Tick Boom that speak to me very deeply because it's about creatives. Like it's speaking to creatives, and I'm just like, why does this thing understand me? Okay. And then Dr. Horrible Sing Along blog.
I love Dr. Horrible. Dr. Horrible is just marvelous. Mm-hmm. He's just you just can't argue with it. It's just a little piece of internet wonder. I love it so much. So yeah,
it's all on YouTube
for free, which is brilliant.
For free,
yay! I have to agree with both. How do I say that? Hordulu. How do you make the Reavers friendly? Well, you can't. They're like cannibal humans. And yeah, Buffy is very 90s.
I mean,
it's also
Buffy is
awesome.
Very 90s.
I mean, it's the Scooby Crew, so you can't really go wrong. And yes, I was too old for it to be teenage years, but I did love them. So I feel sad because I imagine that's part of your identity.
Just call him Patrick. We all call him Patrick.
Oh, okay, Patrick. Lovely.
Tom, we shouldn't be agreeing on things, all right? You need to stop now.
I've seen you about Tom. Occasionally I agree with your thoughts. This is okay.
Yeah, I think I've gotten through like the first season of Buffy, but then like
it's still very light at that point.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing.
It
I've
is,
seen clips of like stuff from the end. I'm like, oh, this is super interesting. I'm really interested
yeah,
in where these characters go. But where I'm at now is I'm just like,
yeah.
this
Like, really, come
feels
on,
like
guys.
watching the precursor to Teen Wolf. And I loved Teen Wolf at the time I watched it, like the remake of Teen Wolf, not the original Teen Wolf.
Yep,
Sorry. But like,
I'm old. It's okay.
yeah. And it's just like now, if I watch those things, I would cringe a lot and be like, I
Yeah.
liked this at one point because my tastes have developed.
Mm. That's actually something that does work really well with Buffy and even Angel is once you get past that initial series, that initial season, it does actually start getting meatier. Like there's more to sort of dig your teeth into. It holds up surprisingly well if you ignore the fashion. But yeah, again, it's a sadness that Joss turned out to be toe jam. It's not good.
Less than that.
Yeah.
Kevin, I'm wondering, like, it's not very hard for Tom to upset people, but I'm curious what it is.
I think
Ooh.
he does that intentionally.
Oh, absolutely. So it's always entertaining to hear about.
Nothing wrong with 90s fashion. Dude. So many things.
Certain branches of emo's fashion are great. Like, or did I say 90s or did I say emo? I was getting the wires crossed.
To be fair, they're kind of the same thing sometimes.
Yes. But love the emo fashions because yay, not that I wear clothes with them, but
Oh, thoughts on Salem's Lot. Okay. Do you know I haven't read Salem's Lot? Probably
I
should.
haven't read any King.
Really?
I've
Some of
tried.
his stuff is amazing. I just read
It's
it for the umpteenth time. And oh my God, it's so good.
there's too
So
much weird
good.
sex stuff that I'm just like,
There is not. There isn't.
look,
There is one
tried to
scene that, in
read.
context with the book, in context with the theme, in context with everything, is not as heinous as everyone makes out. It is simply something that shouldn't have been published because it's inappropriate. But it's
Yeah.
not weird sex stuff.
Well, Mr. Mercedes does have that in there, and I'm just like,
I haven't read Mr. Mercedes, so I don't know. It is amazing. The
yeah.
Stand is amazing. What else have I read of his that doesn't have weird sex stuff? Misery is amazing. The Shining is amazing. Needful Things is amazing.
I am going to read a Firestarter this month.
Ooh, I haven't read that one either.
I think the one that I would be interested in.
Isn't Salem's Lot only quite a short book?
Yes, there is.
Okay. I tried Fairy Tale, but it's a bit
He's on cocaine, and I can tell.
Yes. He doesn't even remember writing the Tommyknockers.
Oh my lord!
He was so off his trolley. So,
But his books still get published, so he doesn't have to be conscious.
Basically,
he has been sober for a long time now. I mean, he's had some stuff go down, that man. So, but he's a really good writer. Like, he writes characters exceptionally well. Having just read it, I'm always astonished. One of the characters is a young girl. She's 11. And he gets into the head of a young girl just on the cusp of changing and the fears that come with that. And it always blows my mind that he got that so right. Just amazing. And he does communities fantastically.
Oh, cool.
He just does such amazing jobs with communities and how people interact with each other. That is, it's a skill. He's right up there for me for those things, which is weird. But because I'm not a horror reader, so the books I've read aren't necessarily horror. They're more tension, suspense.
I think even Sarah loves King. She also doesn't read horror.
Yeah, because he is quite a phenomenally good writer. He gets less credit for his skill than he deserves. Hot take. I prefer Joe Hill. Oh, I haven't read any Joe Hill. I am interested in that Nosferatu too.
Yeah, that's the only one I think that I know of him writing. I know he's probably written other things because authors, but
Yeah. Well, didn't he write the graphic novels that Lock and Key is based on?
question mark.
Not sure. I'd have to look it up. Kev, you might know. That's a very hot take. Oh, okay. Yep, Larry Underwood. Everybody loves Larry. I'm not a fan of Larry. I liked Stu, but then I'm old. Maybe I was supposed to like Stu. I joined with the comment about weird sex on the screen. Hi, Evie.
Always the perfect time, Evie. Joe Hill did write Lock and Key.
Yay! There you go.
You are correct. You know things, Derry.
I do know things. I know some really weird things. Here's a really random fact for you. Did you know, this is one of my favorite expressions on the planet, did you know wombats crap cubes?
Huh?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's one of the most bizarre things I know.
My favorite fun fact is that in Ireland, Subway cannot call their bread because it has too much sugar in it.
Too much sugar, yeah.
There was a lawsuit. It's wild.
Oh, I didn't know it was that extreme.
Yeah, no. It was that extreme.
Wow, okay. See, we get it called bread. But is it bread? No. Oh, hang on. I might have to look at an ad. Just trying to think. Is it called loaves here? I don't know. I haven't been to Subway for ages. Yes, they do. And that is a fact that astonished my step-grandson when he went to Australia with his family. And he was like, no, they don't. I'm like, they do. He goes, no, they don't. I'm like, they do. Look on the internet. When you go to the zoo, ask. He was pleasantly astonished.
That would be like the favorite thing to probably like the favorite question to answer if I was a wombat person.
Yeah.
Zookeeper.
I just think it's great. They're such weird creatures.
I mean, anything that's called a wombat but doesn't look like a bat is suspicious.
They're so cute. They're just ridiculously cute. And they're way bigger than people think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're like the size of they're like larger than cats and everything, right?
They're like a large corgi size.
Yeah.
But sort of bulkier because they're lower to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Funny how you can be lower to the ground than a corgi.
Right. Yes. But there you go. Not a lot on the WOM. Yeah. Such a great name. That's all right. They have some extraordinary place names in Australia too. That's just... I remember I had a car accident when I was living in Australia and I woke up in a hospital in Mooloolaba.
Thong.
Like, where the hell is Mooloolaba? At least it sounds kind of like it could be a place name. Wagga Wagga is the one that just still astonishes me that it's a place. But New Zealand can't talk. We have a place called Waikakamukau.
At least that sounds like it's from a song.
But why kick a moo cow?
These sound like actually places from fantasy world.
Yeah. We have some awesome place names.
It's what we're here for, Chadia.
Yeah, man. Yes, they are Aboriginal names. But
yes, I did, if you couldn't tell. So the picture that I have is the background, which is slightly tilted. I know, I'm sorry. I need to actually edit it and fix it. Is actually the Long Library in Ireland. And I took that picture and it was amazing. And
awesome.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Smelled really good.
Oh my Lord, yes. It was
this
great.
is how you know we're book people. We're like, oh, that smelled good, didn't it?
Yeah. That old book smell. Looks at some of my old books. Yeah. So
you should maybe make a start on the Tetris. Jeez. So is it just that one book in the middle that you're trying to get to? Or are you going to take the opportunity to also bring some things out?
I have to think. I think that's the only big one that really I can't move. Um, there are a few like series that I've started building, like for instance, Fool's Errand and Golden Fool are all the way at the top, and then like Ship of Magic and Ship of Destiny are all the way down here. So like I need to put some series together and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
some of the stuff that I want to read, like Armor of the Sphinx, Books of Babel, which is like right here,
Right.
is like already within access because I was planning on reading that earlier in the year. But
Okay.
I also like, so if you'll notice in all of my videos, there's a glare
Yeah. Yes.
because
Lovely
there's some
shiny.
uniquely shiny books. Thank you, Daniel Abraham, for your Dagger and Coin books.
Oh.
That's also something I want to resolve so that where I put it, it's not going to shine like that because it's irritating.
Or rather,
Irritating to me.
yeah, because it's where it is that it's shiny that's annoying. If it was up to one corner or something, it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
I never observed. Interesting.
I just am always fascinated that you have enough books of the same height to have those beautifully square blocks of
Yeah,
books.
it happens. It happens when they actually make trade paperbacks the same size occasionally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guns of
This,
Empire, Anitha,
Oh, are
yay!
you enjoying it?
yes.
That's a hesitant yes.
I mean, I can't say anything because this is book four in a series. Yes,
How far are you in?
200 pages.
Okay, so you're
Ooh.
still in the part that just feels like Price of Valor.
Yeah, something like that. You had problems, right? I'm right there.
It just felt like Price of Valor. I was like, I want something new. I want something more. Like, can you like? I know you're. It
Step it
feels
up.
like we're just doing the same thing over again with the
Ah.
Okay.
drama and the
For
campaigning.
Derry and others, if you don't know what this book about, actually, the main character, she's a girl, and but I mean, she was raised in this orphanage. She ran away from there and she joins army, disguising as a boy. So
Cool.
her character is interesting when it comes to going to battle or battle strategies and all, but there
Mm-hmm.
is a drama from second book, from third book, that is
Yeah.
little um mm, slow down
Right.
in a
The
polite
the
way.
the relationship drama she has, like, because
Yeah.
there was a girl from the orphanage that she was involved with, and
Right.
she pops up in the second book and then stays through the third, and the drama is constant. And I
Unnecessary.
understand what's going on, but I
See,
just want the main character to make up her mind and just move on and like
problem with it is they both love each other, but at the same time they both had different I mean, that orphanage is not exactly a good place because those people they marry off those girls to these farmers and all, you know
Okay.
so that girl runs away from one of those marriages and this girl is in army, so they their priorities are different now.
Yeah.
They grew up different, so it's
Mm-hmm.
not easy accepting each other,
Mm-hmm.
being part of their lives now. So
Yeah.
that's where drama comes from.
yeah. And
Ah.
to be completely honest, it's in my opinion, it's a straight up toxic relationship, especially in book 3, with a lot of the back and forth that they do. It's just like that's not healthy to be living like this with this
Yeah.
needling and some other things. Just some other spoiler things that's just like, just leave, please.
But I mean, we are actually, Alan will kill us both. We are actually not selling the book.
Mm.
Other than that, battle strategies and all, they're good, really good. They're
Mhm.
fun.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
I will be continuing with Empire of the Vampire,
I
my
thought you were done
October
with it.
reread.
Are you rereading it?
I have read it already. I read it last year. This is my reread, and I'm roughly 40% into it. Um, and it's holding up really well. I'm really enjoying it again. He's got a talent when it comes to swearing. There has been some wonderfully unique cursing. It makes me laugh. It's great. I was interviewed.
Pete, will you be going? I mean, only Tetris building or any reading?
If I do read, it's one of two books, which the
Mhm.
first is Battle by R.F. Kuang, which
Yeah.
is making its round of booktubes. I'm sure people know what that is. The other one is one that my grandmother got me. I don't know where I put it, but it might still be in my bag. It's called The Moviegoer, and it was written in the 1960s and got awards back in the 1960s.
It rings
It's
bells.
very
Has it been
much.
made into a film?
I have no idea, but it has very much like it takes place in the 1950s in like New Orleans, and you can tell.
Oh, okay. Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
At one point, the guy is like, "So I think I can sense Jews because I was a Jew in my previous life," is what my aunt tells me, and I'm like, "That's new. Okay, I guess
Yeah.
radar is
Hmm.
not a new development as a concept because
Right.
that's kind of weird." So I think
Mm,
outside of the obviously 1950 culture shock that I
yeah.
have, there are very some interesting, depressing questions because this is a man who lives essentially a very sad life. He is a
Okay.
stockbroker, and he doesn't feel like he has any meaning in his life, and he's going on
He's a
this
stockbroker. He
search.
clearly doesn't.
Well, I know that stockbrokers can have meaning sometimes, but like
Mm,
there's also there anythings. But
yeah.
yes, I did say Jew, Evie.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
What are you all reading? Shadia, that is that book that Red Riding Wolf retelling? That red girl on the cover. Is that the book?
I'm starting For the Wolf. Okay. Yeah, Patrick, how is the vampire book? Really good. It's a very enjoyable read. I can heartily recommend it for a bit of rollicking good fun with violence and vampires that actually want to kill you. It's great. Highly enjoyable. What about you, Evie? What are you reading? I'm sure you'll tell us soon.
I think she started Stoner, if I
Oh
remember
yes, yes,
correctly.
She
yes, I
did.
saw that on Discord. Yes, Pete, how do you even start dealing with that wall? Like, do you just deal
I
with it
take it
in
down.
blocks, or
Yeah, I kind of start off with like the main things. So what I was saying about like the cigar boxes over here, I start off with like putting like a column like right here. Just to be
okay,
like, okay, making sure that weight is there and that's pressing it down. And then I kind of fill in from there and just be like, all right, I have series that I can put here and blah, blah, blah.
okay, that's impressive. I'm quite looking forward to the engineering of this. Kev's continuing with it. Nice. Secret Society
Many
of Regular
people are
Witches.
reading it. I think because of October, I have seen so many people updating in Goodreads, reading it.
Yeah, and Jimmy's got a read along on his Discord this month
Oh,
as well for it. So
That
there's
makes
quite a few
sense.
of us reading that. How are your floor's
So
not buckling?
I think I'll
It's become structural, Evie. It's
well,
holding up the house.
I am on the first floor, so that helps.
Yeah.
But
It's,
yeah, my Halloween read is Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury because it's been too long since I reread that.
going old school.
The 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 awesomeness.
Hardcore.
It's been a while, and I think my reading tastes have changed enough that I'll
Could
get
be
more
worth
out.
another go. Wow.
What, you're not reading it with Jimmy in January, like 3/4 of BookTube?
Joanna is doing it in January, not Jimmy.
Joanna, Jimmy, bunch of I should credit that to
so
Joanna.
many people are joining that.
It's going to be great.
I have made a pact with myself not to read it until either he's dead or it's finished.
Pete, you are letting yourself down.
I read it like 7 years ago, so like
It's still amazing.
sure.
I think at this point, I'm the only one who hasn't read it and not planning to read it.
That makes me sad because it's really good.
I heard it.
I think I would probably get more out of it and like enjoy it more as a reader now, but like
Yeah. there's so much there. It's like that's a seriously chonky story,
Yeah.
hooking your teeth into. It's great. It's marvelous. Although to be fair, you know, Dresden is also awesome, and I shall be starting my third reread of that probably January, February
Nice.
ish. Yeah, because it was great fun. Once I got past those first few books, I was in. I was like, yes, I'm sold. This is actually really good.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I still need to
zoomed
get
through the
past
rest
those
from
books.
there. Yeah, it takes a bit.
Yay,
I ended
Evie.
up,
I have Evie as company.
yeah, it's uh, Jake Bishop. He was like, try the audio for the first, because I was stuck on book 4, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. This man is driving me insane. And he said, try the audio, and I got over book 4 and book 5 on audio, and went back to the books physical, well, in ebook from book 6, and I was away. I read the last 10 books in 12 days.
Wow.
In the first time I read through, I just couldn't stop. I was like, oh my God, I have to know what happens next. And it's horribly easy when you have a Kindle to just go, yes, get the next one. and yeah, so I did that.
That's
which
awesome.
put a significant blip in my finances, buying that many books in such a small window. But I had to know. And it's held up as well on reread.
So, Amanda, you should. Pet Cemetery, Ninth House. Interesting. I think that's Dark Academia, right?
Yeah.
I know I have that.
The Bardugo.
Yeah, it's sitting up there somewhere.
I think second book is coming this year or next year.
Not sure.
Yes.
I am up to Madship. I shall be starting that. Probably
going to catch up to us and pass us.
I quite often lap people, to be fair. But I've always got it on the go, so yeah.
Yeah, Evie and Angela from Literature Science Alliance have been pushing this hard, and
Actually, the premise is really good. When Evie was talking about that, when she just finished it, I looked at her premise and I immediately added it to my TBR. It was really good, interesting.
Yeah, I think I might read that sometime in the beginning of next year, possibly.
Yeah,
that one in Jasmine.
Read it too soon, Alan won't.
That's true. So maybe I should read Jasmine Throne instead, because that's the other one that they're not similar concepts, but they're in the similar vein in the way that Angela's recommended them to me.
Cool. Spend so much money on Audible. Oh, tell me about it. It's ridiculous.
Dark Academia.
Rip my ears off. Oh, Kev, you won't look right with no ears. It's not a good look.
He could just get wooden ears, right? Get implants.
Ew. That's not cool.
No, it's not. I mean, with the nature of prosthetics and hearing aids, like, do you really need ears?
Maybe.
My head would look really weird without my ears. That could just be because I have no hair.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes. Big yes.
You really, 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 really do. So good. Talking about meaty series, goodness me, there's so much in the Life Ship Traders, and you have two very different opinions happening. So yeah, it's there's a lot there. I second Jasmine Throne. Book 2 was excellent. That's always a good thing to know.
Yes. Yeah, there's it's something about revolution and then recovering from a revolution. That's kind of what, like, not enough books go into the after part of the revolution. It's just like normally it's just like, hi, we get 10 teenagers to get together to bring down a fascist regime.
And then nothing.
Yeah.
And if there is a sequel, it's like 30 years later and they've dealt with it all.
Yeah, that's why I really want to get to finishing this series, which I don't remember the name of, because the funny fact,
Aurelian Cycle, Aurelian.
There we go. So this book, like, in the first few pages, does not have the series name in it at all. It's weird.
To be fair, neither did anything in Farsia, because the series saga didn't exist. So
true. But it's just
Um,
weird. I was filming and I was like, wait, what's the name of the series? And I flipped through the book and I was like, wait,
I have no
it's
idea.
not here.
Yeah.
When will there
Patrick,
be?
these are very much fighting words, and this is not something you mess with me about. You could make an enemy for life here. Be careful.
Just like if Alan threatens to do something to Hob in the past because Jake was getting on his nerves.
Yes, yes. As I stated, I am not somebody you want to make an enemy of. I take things very personally once I have decided to. This is not a good idea.
Yeah, he was talking about lobotomizing Sanderson, and I was like, I was tempted to make a reply, and then you made yours. I'm like, all right, Derry's got it.
Yeah, this is no. You have too many people in your Discord, Alan, to be making those kind of statements.
I think that's exactly why he's making those statements.
And it's wonderful, and I love it so much, and it's got all the things.
Yes.
And it's wonderful. Because
I'm looking forward to being done with it in a good way.
Yeah, to being able to say, yes, I have read all of that, and I know all of the spoilers, and I know all of the things.
Yes.
Or at least the major stuff. So,
and then it's Wheel of Time.
I'm not even going to start that one. But there are too many books. To read Lifeship Traders and Nature, you should really read Farseer first.
Yeah, because it does spoil the ending of Farseer in a very vague way that you won't know until you get to the ending of Farseer.
Yeah, and it will alter your perception of the characters in that first series that doesn't sit well with me. You need to go in with a real connection to those first characters. So, yeah.
Yeah, Jake and Alan kind of provoke each other.
That's fine, but don't be including Hob. They can have their beef, but Hob is not part of that.
Yes, we will be reading soon.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, at Sprint Mom's insistence, we will read Tetris now.
Yes, we should read.
Okay. So
yes,
I'm
Chad,
going
yeah,
to...
I also like Farseer more than live ships, but I talked enough about that, so I'll keep quiet now.
We'll talk about it in the next chat, but
yeah,
a little bit. Okay, cool. So we are going to do this. What time is it? 5:37. Let's do it until the top of the hour. Cool. Sound good? Cool.
Yep.
So, how was reading?
Good. How much did I get rid? Not much. That's okay.
I was little distracted with your Tetris and
I'm
started
back.
Oh,
talking to the chat.
Yeah, distracted by Andrew just calling my name constantly.
wow.
Yes, Andrew, I do see you, I promise. Let's put this back to how it was. There we go. Yes, Andrew, I see you.
But a built-in that goes floor to ceiling is not going to be as efficient at using space as the Tetris.
It's true. Also, the little fact that my dresser is right behind me that a built-in won't actually fix.
Put your dresser in your wardrobe.
You mean in my closet that's full of other clothes that are hanging up?
How many clothes do you have?
At least 3.
So, it's my first move to anybody who hasn't got enough room is to put your dresser in your closet.
I mean, that's not a bad idea, and I probably could get rid of some things.
So,
Yeah, I know, like, the floor of my closet is littered with shoes. I'd have to clean that up, but
that's easily enough done. Just get a big tub and just chuck them all in there.
the dress shoes won't like that, though.
Put them on top.
True. I have, like, a thing. I have, like, a stacker thing that helps me with that.
But no, that's all right then. Although, again, I come back to how many shoes have you got?
At least 10 pairs? Because,
Okay.
so I have at least 3 or 4 pairs of dress shoes, some of which I probably should just throw out because they're probably scrapped up by now and annoying, and don't fit anymore. / their core frames I can't repair them at all. I have multiple pairs of Converse, like All Stars, so I have like 5 pairs of those, and then I have some other stuff like some sandals and stuff.
Fair enough.
And some t-shirts. So
that's all right. I live in well, put it this way, you can see more than half of my house from here.
Oh wow.
So my bed is up there. There's just enough room for my bed, and my bathroom is, you can just not almost see the door next to my kitchen. I'm very good at finding space. And
so what you're saying is that you are on the side of Dr. Philip Chase in the minimalist versus whatever else we are war.
No. Okay. I'm very good at finding space because I want my things. So, yeah, it's there are lots of ways to. There's a word.
You should make a video of it, Derry.
My best friend keeps telling me that.
Mm-hmm.
She's always astonished. She's like, how? Like, I go to her house. It's not unusual for me to visit her house and rearrange her cupboards. And she's like, I didn't realize I had that much space. I'm like, yeah,
you do.
So much space.
I do love me a good reorganization. I will say with this comment, so my project that I kind of want to do at some point, I don't think I'll be able to do it until the summer hits because I have to figure out how to do it. Essentially, I want to build a bed frame for my bed that is a bunch of essentially drawers and bookshelves beneath the bed. Basically raise the bed off the ground like a foot. So I have a lot of space underneath the bed as well as like everything else. So
I would be tempted to go higher than a foot and use it as some really serious storage space.
Yeah, it probably would be. I think the one that I saw, because I saw this random idea while I was in college, and I was like, "Oh, that's a really good idea." I think it was like a good 18 inches off the ground. So, like, we'll see.
I'm thinking you should need stairs.
Yes, yeah, that's part of it. Is there would be stairs to it, or like a tiny ladder.
So long as you put wheels on under the bits that go right at the back, you'll be good.
Yeah. Well, happy to have you here, Rose Between Pages.
Yay! That's a pretty name. I always maintain a
Thank you, Vidania. You're also new. Hello.
Hi.
or first time comment that I've seen. I actually have boxes at my parents' house as well, on top of everything that I have here. So
Fair enough.
More
And
than
I
have
have
a
to admit, Patrick, that my library, my physical library, got left behind in a leaving of a relationship. So I only have, well, I don't know, about 30 physical books. The rest, I've got like 700 on my Kindle. So
yikes.
yeah,
Every
it's,
time I hear that type of story, I am heartbroken because and it makes me more possessive about the books that I have because I'm like, I don't want this to ever happen to me.
no, and it was sad, but it also made me realize that what I love about them is the story.
It's
And
true.
while I miss being able to display trophies of all the books I've read, it's more important that I have the
Hmm.
stories that I love,
Yeah.
which once they're in e-form, you can't lose because you just re-download it later.
almost
Yeah.
90% of my books are back in India in my parents' place and my sister's place. Now I only have around 20 books. That's all.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It is like whenever I buy a house or get married or whatever, it's going to be like a must have. I need an office slash library
yeah,
or something like that to do all this.
Have a
yeah.
Um,
prenup.
yeah, basically it's the prenup. It's like, look, we have to have this. Like, I'm not, I, I, I would feel comfortable. I would feel extremely uncomfortable with bare walls, right? And like things that are modernly cozy aren't as cozy to me because like I feel like there's not too much room. It just feels like the walls are too bare sometimes, and I'm just like, give me like let me notice that like when I walk into the hallway, it gets echoey. When I walk in here, the sound is noticeably dampened, and that's
Yes,
comforting to me.
yeah, yeah. Echoey is almost like it's like I'm in a prison. I'm not allowed things on the wall, and yeah, I have to have stuff on the wall. I'm a stuff on the wall kind of gal. Hi, Sharon.
Sharon.
Are we
Um,
just three
That's
serial killers? Yes.
that's depressing,
yes.
Kate. I don't want to think about.
Or we're
But
subsume we're no, that's the wrong word. We are living in a world that benefits off the serial killing genocide of trees, I guess.
but you could look at it the other way in that if they're using sustainable paper, we're actually doing the world a favor because quite often they plant 2 trees for every 1 tree they
Hmm.
cut down. So you could argue we are doing a service.
And then you could also argue that the paper industry in some areas is also beneficial for the environment. I know in
So
my area we have a paper plant, and they actually own a lot of land around our area as well
yeah,
that is prevented from being turned into residential areas because they essentially they cut down the trees and replant it and then come back in 10 years and cut the trees
nice.
down. So that is a much more sustainable thing than just like
Yeah.
cutting things down all the time. So
I have the same question, Evie, but I don't want to say anything. So,
wait,
Jake,
where
are you suggesting? Are you asking?
yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to move away from me or not. That's the real question.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, I'm moving things around.
Something people have to remember in their home libraries is there's nothing actually stops you doing what libraries do and having shelves back to back just in the middle of the room.
Well, so Rose, there's always Tetris, of course. If you're comfortable with having a wall that you know won't like, um, in answer to this, no, we're like less than a half hour away.
Wow.
We're like technically in the same town ish. But I would say IKEA and
Hang
other
on, we
things.
lost Andrew. Okay, bye.
We did lose Andrew, and it's sad.
Maybe he'll be back.
Pete imagines a bed books.
It
So I'm
Yeah.
sleeping on a bed of books. That's actually not. That would be
Books.
comfortable. It would be uneven.
would be uneven. Also, even more annoying when you wanted to read one of them.
That too.
Yeah.
It's K Fox. Hello.
Yay.
20 or
Yes.
25 minutes. That's cool.
That is
And
cool.
we do need to do more things together. I'm just too reclusive, honestly.
It's like, no, internet's fine. If I
I
could
need.
chat with my neighbors by internet, I probably would.
Yeah.
So,
It'd be great. Sometimes.
Angela and me.
Basically, yes.
Cool.
Yes,
That's
we
so
have pictures
cool.
and everything. When Stacy came down, we went to Plaza Azteca, and I realized how tall Jake was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's actually really tall. I was like, oh wow.
That's funny. Experience in person.
Or
Yeah.
That's
maybe
awesome.
challenge video or some video
Something
collaboration.
like that. My issue is when I go to challenge videos, like, okay, the first line challenge or cover challenge.
Mhm.
I haven't read most of my books that I have. So, like, there comes an issue when it's highly likely you're going to choose something that I'm like, wait, what?
Kev, I'm in New Zealand. Shush.
Why? Thank you, Patrick. I really appreciate this. I'll
Oh,
thank you.
that's cute. But yeah, no, I only own like 30 odd books in physical copy. I think I'd be okay, but no one lives close enough to do a physical book challenge with me. I had lunch with a friend.
I need to socialize more because I do actually like feel better when I do like good socialization. Like I'm with people that I enjoy.
Yeah,
And I need to do
I
more of that.
treated myself with that. I went and visited my very bestest friend last week for 2.5, nearly 3 days, and it was great. I did come home and go to sleep for like a whole day because that was a lot of socializing, but it was still really great.
I was much better before COVID. After COVID, socialization completely, became almost zero. I mean,
Yeah,
I that kind of that part was completely over. Like I forgot.
yeah. COVID was funny for me because it made me realize how weird my life was because I didn't have to make any changes. I was like, oh, okay.
Book shopping is always great. Yes. Also, we at some point we are all
Yay.
gonna take a trip to see Derry. We've established this EV. Like we're gonna
Yeah.
plan like a group
I'm going to
vacation.
book
in,
out
like,
Hobbiton for the day
sometime.
and
Yeah, exactly.
tour Hobbiton, spend the evening in the pub, and yeah, because the Green Dragon pub is amazing.
Just make friends. I mean, you don't
Yeah,
have to
just
necessarily be
contact
like a
them.
big booktuber to like be like, hey, just make friends with them. If they
Yeah,
have a
just
Discord,
rock
hop
on
on.
into their chat.
See if you jive together. You know.
Yeah.
Stacy, okay, Stacy, this is not at all fair. You live in Canada. You come to Toronto, but you are not making plans with me. But you are making plans with me.
Right. This is just travesty.
This is
Canada's
insulting.
kind of huge though. Is she actually close to you in Canada?
Not exactly, but
Um,
whenever Jake visits, they have to come to Toronto.
Y'all
okay.
should go see Anitha.
Yeah.
Although I think Grace is in the opposite direction because
Yeah,
she's near Michigan, right? I
no,
think.
not now. When she was student, she's near Michigan. Now she moved
That's what it
to
was.
VP. Yeah,
There you go.
she's just outside Toronto, even now.
Nice. Yes, making booktubers and meeting them in person is always fun.
Who did I encounter? I was talking to Yolene in Belgium, and there is a young couple, Hugh and Emily, who met and are now married through BookTube, which I thought was just the most darling thing ever. And they're lovely. They're just lovely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there might be more considering we have like it's booktube couples are always super cute because we have Stacy and Jake, we have Ben and Grace. There's probably more. Those are the only two I know.
Yeah,
and
those
there's the
are
whole
the only two I
people
know.
kind of deciding if we're gonna maybe be a couple, and yeah, it's cute. I've seen it in the Song of Ice and Fire community, because that's a whole separate thing from BookTube,
Yeah.
where Lady Gwyn and Yoke Boy, who run Radio Westeros, two different sides of the Atlantic, and when they met, and now they're married and both live in the States, and they're darlings. So yeah.
Same thing has happened in the Wheel of Time community, and then Jessie the Sleepy Koala, who's a booktuber now, she and her husband Eric met through the 17th Shard, which is Sanderson. So
well, there you go.
They're super cute.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Well, hey, how better to get to know somebody really than to have the, absolute picking each other's brain on your favorite thing first.
Kevin, they're just people. I promise you they won't bite. Most of them won't bite.
You have to ask nicely quite often.
Pete, more. You have to admit.
Oh, Kev, you're a lovely. Hey, Kev, I showed my best friend your YouTube channel, and she thinks you're sweetie too. So there you go. You just have to be you.
It's true.
And it's hard to be yourself with real people because you're like, no, I might not like you. I don't want to get to know you until I get to know you.
Actually, it's very easy to bond when we have common taste, when we have something common to talk about. That's why it's very easy when we are discussing a book or something. I mean, be it friendship or something more than that.
Yes.
Shared trauma through books is always great.
Definitely. And words, and finding common ground about meaty things where you're talking about really serious themes or things that spoke to you. That's a far more intimate conversation than you usually have with anyone. So, yeah, of course you're going to find connections.
Stacey, they were supposed to be reading sprints, not, other sprints.
Yeah, we make jokes with them about that all the time because, like, we'll do reading sprints with them, and they'll be like, "All right, we're gonna go off and do things," and Jake is gonna read to me, and we're like, "Oh, really now?"
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
We have ideas. Any advice? Be yourself.
Yes.
Rosie, you can do some challenges. There are some challenges going on, like, blindfold book cover challenges or first line challenges. Those are a good way to do, like a couple.
Yeah. There's Alan just put one out, the rewrite, reread, burn.
Yep.
Yeah, that was fun. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, that's fun actually.
So she claims.
Is that what you call it? Okay.
See, as long as you have common ground, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. This is me trying not to do too many hobbies and actually do things that I really love instead of picking up things like, oh, that's shiny.
But then, of course, we're readers. So BookTube is great because it's a solitary habit, a solitary hobby, a solitary thing we love, and we still get to meet people.
Yes.
Evie, oh my God, it's very impressive. I'm impressed by you. Even from comments, you are, controlling our reading sprint times.
So,
to be fair, I need it. I like talking because I like people who are in BookTube. So,
yeah. Alan at the Library of Alexandria, he has a few good ones with his wife, a few challenges with his wife that are really cool.
And it helps that their chemistry is just so gorgeous. Everybody.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Christine is amazing. Alan's amazing. They're just awesome.
Yeah. They are fabulous. So, yeah. Okay.
Amanda, are you saying you did not meet nice people in BookTube?
Yeah, Amanda.
This is not true. She's met me and I'm fabulous. This is what I tell myself living alone in my tiny apartment that I never leave. So
I mean, we'll tell you you're fabulous too. You're a hot mom.
So yes, that's why I did some arty things. Oh, I show you. I did some arty things in my book journal, and I'm so proud of myself because I'm not arty at all. And look what I did. Oh, can you see?
Wow.
Oh,
that's cool.
Ooh, is that?
What book is that?
Gandalf? Question mark. I see the pointy hat.
This is 3 Witches Around a Fire.
Oh,
I'm
cool.
so proud of myself because I drew it. on my own.
And you did great.
do it. I thought it is from a book or something.
No, that's why I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, oh, I
You
did it.
should be
And it
proud.
looks
That
kind
is
of like I wanted it
beautiful.
to. So I'm so excited. So I did some arty things.
Yeah.
And you're guaranteed to have people on who are fun.
Occasionally.
Thank you, Shania. Or mostly, I did make this drawing, Patrick. I'm so seriously proud of myself because I'm not artistic at all. No, that took me so long, but I was determined I was going to do it. Like, it can't be that hard, surely. I just want silhouettes by a fire. And then I realized how it was actually going to be really tricky because I didn't know how to make fire. So I'm like, okay.
You want to pop it up again?
Sure.
So is this from The Witches?
It is a scene in The Witches. It's the opening scene of Weird Sisters.
Oh, cool.
But this concept is somewhere else, right? In Greek mythology or somewhere, three witches. Or...
It's most famous for Macbeth because that's pretty much the opening scene in Macbeth as well.
Yep.
The three witches around the fire with Harold. When shall we three meet again? Of course, Terry winds it up with humour because the response is, I can do next Tuesday. So, it's yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite moments. And I drew it. I'm so proud of myself. I really am. I'm like, oh, I did a thing. So yes.
Oh, look, another spam caller. So, do we want to sprint?
Yes.
I think we should.
Okay, cool. Let's sprint again and do the thing.
And chat, especially Chadia, don't distract me this time.
Andrew.
It was Andrew.
Blame Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, even before Andrew comes up, I mean, I got distracted because of Pete's Tetris building and talking with Chadia.
Yes. You need to be reading a more interesting book.
Okay, that's not fair to the book. It was interesting scene.
Right, we're reading. Come on.
Reading. Let's do it. Oh my gosh, 2 in a row. What? Hello.
Greetings.
So, on this episode of books that I found and remembered that I had that sound interesting, I eventually want to read, we have a book called Titan Shade,
Ooh.
which is essentially the classic, I think, rookie partner and really old partner, but magic in
Cool.
a place where in oil boomtown where 8 tracks are state of the art, disco rules the radio, and the best sorcerers wear designer labels.
Okay.
Some interesting stuff there. Horns
Is
of
it a
Ruin.
series?
I have no idea. I just have it. It's
Horns
just
of
there.
Ruin.
Horns of Ruin. This one is, if I can get the light to be fine with this. This is about the final, the last child dedicated to the court of cult of Morgan, which is the god of battle and champion. And she's an assassin, and everybody else was assassinated by everybody who worshipped the cult of Morgan's brother.
Okay.
Very steampunk, essentially. That's, I think, what really interested me in that one. And then Kingdom of Liars, which, again, my light hates me. But this one, the magic system is memory is coin that pays for magic, which is an interesting concept.
Okay.
And then finally, the campiest of them all, Sherlock versus Cthulhu. Enough said.
Awesome. That sounds awesome.
For some
I
odd reason,
haven't heard about any of them.
yeah, no, I think I got them off like the is it Book Depository that like has all the cheap half price books or something there's one site that I got a bunch of random stuff because they sounded interesting. And look who appears. Oh, let me just do the thing where we do that.
Hi.
It's a Kate.
You're muted.
We can't hear your voice, Kate.
It's Book Outlet.
Thank
there you go.
That's the one that I need to stay away from.
Yes, because I bought way too many books off of there in the last while. But they have really good deals. And as a Midwesterner, I can't say no to good deals.
Well, there you go.
Yes, I have spawned. At least I'm not a Zubat.
This is true.
Oh wow, Kate appears.
Want to see what I got at the bookstore?
Yes. Show and tell.
Always.
Let's go.
So I returned 2 books
How dare you?
because I realized they were on Kindle Unlimited. And I came back with 1 book. But it's so
But.
pretty.
Ooh.
Yes.
Alan decided to burn that in his
Ooh.
latest tag.
He did.
But he did give it 4.5 stars, I think.
It's so pretty. That's not why I got it, but like just
I mean, that's a legitimate reason.
Mm-hmm. Hey Stacey. I have a hard time like buying things at the bookstore when I know I can get them cheaper other places, but this one is like one of the only ones that's not cheaper online. So I'm
True.
excited it's gonna go in my like winter reads. So yeah.
Cool.
Is it because it has winter in the title?
Well, because the beginning of the book takes place in like the snow and stuff. So
Fair enough.
It checks. What else you got?
yeah.
Okay.
You okay, Pete?
Yes, I'm great.
Wee. I have
There we
made
go.
it.
You have made it. How is everything, Kate?
It's okay. I may or may not have COVID.
Oh no, but you're a doctor.
Stink.
Doctors are supposed to be immune to COVID, right?
I went to the Lizzo concert on Thursday and we were like on the general floor. So we were like right by the catwalk, but there were a whole bunch of people. And so the likelihood of having something skyrocketed because they didn't make everyone wear masks.
Well, that sucks.
So my voice is like mostly gone, but that's okay. I will survive.
I will survive.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
would
going to sing
say
any more of
that
that song.
Yes.
Nice.
Yay! I have to edit a video. I might do some of that
I
while
have
we're
to do that too.
I filmed one, so yeah, I should probably edit one.
I haven't filmed in 2 weeks. I thought after posting my TBR last week, I thought, okay, this month I'll post my wrap up in the first week. I thought I didn't even film.
What day is it? It's
Oh,
the
yeah.
10th.
This is me. Yeah. The video I'm
understand.
editing is my spooky season TBR. I decided I'm going to do TBRs by season instead of month.
That's a good idea.
So,
Yeah,
yes.
Philip Chase has been doing that. It does make it harder to keep him accountable because by the time he's read them and talks about them, I've forgotten what's in his TBR.
Then you have to go watch the video again.
Wow, I suppose. Oh, now you're just showing off, Jake. Wow.
This was me yesterday as I actually got. One was a loopy book haul because it was late at night, but the other one was actually
Cool.
cohesive.
My gosh,
Yeah.
I have a book haul video filmed, but it's going to have to be 2
7 parts.
videos because it's too long.
Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of Elric, I have that edition that everybody has. I just realized. I just didn't read it.
Yay. I have no memory of reading that, but I did read that while I was in high school,
There's a sword.
which is a really long
I
time
have not
ago.
read that, but I really want to. They have like the pretty omnibuses at Barnes and
Mhm.
Noble, but I refrained.
Is it accessible? It is accessible.
Yay. You made him. Oh, well done, Stacey. Keeping everybody on target.
Stormbringer? What's Stormbringer?
The sword. That is the sword.
Oh,
I mean, it's on there.
that. Yes, that edition. That's the pretty one.
Yep.
Ooh, I
Evie,
like
I
that.
thought you read. Sorry for interrupting. I thought you read all of those books. I didn't realize you read only half of them.
Don't.
How dare you, Evie? Yeah, I think Stormbringer is at least one of the swords that inspired Nightblood. Kate's not here to be like, ooh, from oh look, it's Alan.
Alan.
Hey, Alan.
Alan.
Alan. Alan.
Alan.
Alan.
Alan.
Alan.
Alan.
Okay, Stewie. Times 2.
It's an ad in Britain for telecom, I think.
I think that's where I know it from. Is from the that ad that's
Meerkats.
when it's around.
Oh.
Yes,
Is it a meerkat or some kind of mole?
I think it's not.
Rodent
I think
thing.
meerkats are thinner. No, the meerkats is the advertisement, but there's a meme that looks like a groundhog.
Yeah.
What?
That says
Kev,
Alan
Chill
in
out,
the ad.
But-
Why are we talking about meerkats?
Alan.
I'm so
Alan.
Alan.
Okay, I have no,
Sorry.
no context.
Ah,
Prairie dog. That's the word we're
there
looking
you
for.
go.
Prairie dogs are terrifying.
Really?
No.
What are they?
Prairie dogs carry the Black Plague.
Ew.
Nice.
Which is
Glad
why
we
they're
don't have
terrifying.
those.
Don't leave, Alan.
So be careful around prairie dogs.
I
I
can't
don't
say
need
that
to.
I'm
They don't live
normally.
here.
If you live in the Dakotas, there are prairie dogs.
Ew.
There are prairie dogs that live around Devil's Tower.
Okay.
Wait, do we need to stop
We
talking
know
about prairie dogs?
So do rats.
Does that make Alan upset, prairie dogs?
I have no idea. I think it was just the Alan comments.
I have a really good friend in England called Alan, so he actually has to deal with the ad as well.
Oh, thank God. Alan, did you see? Alan. Wow. I got that off your recommendation, but then I hadn't watched your newest video, and apparently you decided to burn it. So now I'm
Oh.
confused.
I mean, at the very least, I collect books, considering my entire bed is kind of covered in them right now.
Yay!
They don't carry the plague on purpose. I don't think prairie dogs do anything on purpose other than like survive and procreate.
This is why we should all be more like prairie dogs and just be.
Well, if you think about it, every single action a human takes is to either survive or procreate. Even the crappy actions that people do, like ghosting others and like all sorts of crap like that. It's all to find a suitable mate, and it's all to survive.
Yep.
Which is
I
kind of
try and tell
disturbing.
myself this when I have a cultural disconnect with someone. I remember that they want the same things as me. They want a roof over their heads. They want their family and friends to be safe, and they want to eat.
Yep.
So we have Jake and Stacy.
Yeah.
Stacy's mom. What?
What?
Yeah.
I haven't met your mom.
Songs ruining names.
I don't have that, but I do have the name of Derry in October when everybody's reading Stephen King.
Oh, in the town of Derry.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just listened to it, and that was really odd because every time I listen to it, it surprises me every time they mention the town's name, because I'm like, oh, because
That's
you can't turn that off in your brain when you hear your name.
The funny thing about it is whenever you talk about it, like you just did, you say it.
Yeah.
And so, like, you don't even have to specify.
That's right.
What is everybody reading? Because I don't know. I am reading Practical Magic. I'm about halfway through, and it's super different than the movie. I'm reading it with Ben the Overlord. And then I started the X-Hex because I wanted something frivolous. So...
Film it, but get ahead. So like you have all this week free.
Do more than you need.
Film more than you need. Exactly. Get yourself ahead of yourself.
Or
like
be like
I never
me
do.
and have videos you never edit from like 6 months ago.
Yes,
that's a thing too.
I have Kim Possible.
Dancing.
Call me, beat me if you want to reach me.
Well, I've heard about him, you know.
Okay,
I hope nobody was going to your
I
house
read
or
this
anything.
in last 2 sprints. I may shift to Sons of Darkness in next sprint. Can you see my book?
Sons of Darkness.
Sons of the Empire.
Sons of the Empire.
That's the Django Wetzler.
Yes.
Yes. Flintlock Fantasy.
Shadow Campaigns.
Yes.
Correct.
Woo!
I get a gold star.
Yeah, and I'm doing Empire of the Vampire and having a blast because it's brilliant.
I want to start something scary too, so I might.
Taxes.
I read a couple pages of Small Favors, so I don't know. I actually haven't done taxes in like 2 years, Pete, because of my student loan stuff. Unless my financial advisor at school was lying to me when he told me I didn't have to file taxes, and in that case, I'm in trouble.
Well, he's not an accountant, so I don't trust him.
Right.
Ask Pete. Ask Pete.
I was just going to say,
what are you
luckily, you know an accountant.
I'm not that type of accountant, but I might be able to look into it.
Yeah. No, whatever
everyone
whatever
needs
you
a
ask,
good
they
accountant
always
first.
say the same. I'm not that type of accountant. I'm not that type of lawyer.
Stacey, you're reading Cassandra Clare. I know she's not like the best, but she's like high school for me. So it's very like comfortable. And
if you like paranormal and fantasy romance, I can highly recommend Nalini Singh, who has written 2 huge series that are fabulous, called the one I'm rereading at the moment is Guild Hunter, and the other one is the Psy Changeling series. They're very good. So yeah.
That's on the list that you gave me, isn't it, Derry?
It is. So is Guild Hunter, to be fair, because I think that Nalini does a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Ghost Story by Peter Straub. Ooh.
Now,
is it spooky because you're at work and you're alone and there's no one around to like take away the creepy?
Who is Z? Z.
Take away the creepy.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that last word, Anitha? The second to last word?
No. Stacy was saying she's reading with someone. But they reading with someone.
I don't actually know who G could be.
Maybe it's a person we don't know. Heaven forbid.
What? We don't know
also
somebody
not far
on
away.
You guys are going to meet more of my friends in the next couple of weeks because I'm filming some videos with friends of mine about certain books, and they haven't been on book 2 before. So
that's awesome.
Will you be finishing by the end of the year? Sorry, Kate. That is exciting. So what are you planning to film with them?
I have a Cosmere discussion tomorrow with a friend of mine from high school who he asked me if I had anything to read because I was posting all the book stuff on my Instagram, and it used to be like my personal Instagram. And I told him to read Mistborn, and he read all of the Cosmere in a month.
Oh,
He
wow.
worked nights, and so he, like, when he has nothing to do, he reads, and so he reads really fast and just like reads for 12-hour shifts. So we're talking.
So you have drawn him into the booktube sphere.
I did, yes. So I have to
That's
decide
awesome.
what else to recommend.
Right? Yes, that's an issue.
Yeah.
But he, when I asked him to do, if he wanted to do this, he was like, well, I don't know a lot like other people do because people like really go in the deep dives. And then he texted
That
me
doesn't
today and
matter.
was like, I spent the last 48 hours on the copper mine. And I'm like, you're going to know more than me.
Yeah. That's
He read
awesome.
the entire Coppermine and just started reading all of the words of Brandon that we have in the Arcanum. Yeah, sure.
I don't know
I
if he's
love it.
gotten to the words of Brandon. I don't know if he like
He should
knows
just go
what
to the
that
17th
is.
shard and start like going through it. It's great.
I'm trying to pull him into the conspiracy theories, and I'm pretty sure his wife is going to hate me.
Child champion theory for the win.
Jake, are you going to
I
finish
still don't
all?
understand Child Champion, but
Are you going to read all Stephen King books this month?
Yes, he's gonna read all of them. All 173.
that's how many there are.
No, I pulled that number out of my butt.
He's got to have it. He has over. He's definitely over 50, right?
Oh, it's
Oh, yeah,
loads. I
absolutely.
mean, it's ridiculous. how
Easily
many books
100, I'm
he's read.
thinking. No,
Ooh.
maybe
Well,
around 80.
hey, we're all literally on our computers.
Yeah, wait, what?
Google.
I'm not. I'm looking at my book journal because I have read. I'm on my 6th book of the month, Kev. So
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see.
80.
Oh, what? Okay, he has published 64 novels, including 7 under the pen name Richard Bachman, and he's written over 200 short stories.
yeah,
Mm.
So I was close.
yeah. Who knew you were close by being under?
Yeah, that's Price is Right rules, though.
Okay.
Mhm.
Under or
We
bust.
don't get prices right.
Oh, you've never seen The Price is Right?
Nope.
It's like when you're home from school and don't have cable and have absolutely nothing to watch, you watch The Price is Right, and you're like guessing what like
Oh.
everyday items cost.
Oh God.
It's hokey and like old school. So
See, that would work for me up until you get into anything that costs more than maybe $20. So, yeah.
That is the best.
We're here for
Just make
kids.
sure you put the cats in the videos if they want to. You know, if they're feeling like it that day.
Absolutely.
oh,
Can't go wrong.
they have more
including
than one
pets.
cat, Pete. There's not gonna be a hologram cat.
Well, they're allowed to have more than one cat. You're allowed to only have one dog.
What?
Apparently,
One-
Story here.
One of her dogs is a hologram, I am convinced.
No, I have seen them in the same frame.
so
It's
has he.
genius photo editing and a very realistic hologram.
If I
No,
was
'cause
that
you can
good,
see they're different.
if I was that good and that smart to make a hologram like that, I would have a lot more money than I do right now.
Mm.
I mean,
And I would have a library with a rolling ladder.
You were able to afford all leatherbacks of Brandon Sanderson and illustrated editions of Farseer. So maybe you are doing something with your hologram skills.
I only have 2 leather bounds. I have the Way of Kings, and then I have Warbreaker.
But you
But-
will get.
And also, the illustrated Farseer isn't actually outrageously priced. They're
It's true.
reasonable.
I got one of them on like Amazon, and it must have been on some sort of weird sale day, but I got one of them for less than $30. And I was
no, that's normal, I think. 'cause I
surprised.
got all mine
Cool.
for like 25.
Oh, the ones in
each.
the store are like 35. Huh. I guess I didn't get as good of a deal as I thought.
Yeah, or you just as well that you didn't get ripped off.
Mm-hmm.
A farm for what, Jake? What are you farming? Question mark.
Why are your animals never in your videos?
I'm about to ask that.
'Cause
Why do you
drums.
always show only your drums? Maybe with all your drumming, they run away from that.
Do your dogs ever sing along to your drumming? Do they ever ow? with it? Because mine
So,
would.
crazy conspiracy theory. Jake says he's farming something. What if he's farming his cats and dogs, and that's why he has so many drums?
They'd have
You're
to be
onto
pretty
something
special
there.
cats and dogs.
To be able to make their anyways, that's kind of a
That's
creepy conspiracy.
dark, Pete. That's
I'm
dark.
sorry. I started connecting too many dots.
That's dark. Pete, go back to the copper mind.
Yeah.
I'll see you in 24 years.
Child champion theory.
Yeah. Yes, there you go. I was right. Drums. That's why they're not in the
Yeah,
video. Yeah. I have to say, if anybody runs a farm, it's my bestest friend. She is one of those people that strays find her. Like, she doesn't go out of her way to go and get rescue animals. They come to her for rescue. So at any one time, she could have God knows what in her house. At one point, she had the dog, 2 cats, a tortoise, a rabbit, and what was the other thing? There was another thing.
A
It was in the
meerkat.
bathroom. What was in the bathroom? There was something. It was a lizard or a frog,
A
toad
lizard.
thing.
Thing.
Anyway, there was something in the bathroom
Mhm.
that we had to keep the bathroom door shut. But yeah,
Ugh.
so yeah.
At one point, when I was with my ex, we had in a 2-bedroom apartment my 2 dogs, 2 rabbits, and 4 rats. I miss my rats. I loved them.
I used to have pet rats. They're great.
They're so
But they're
sweet.
but that's also why I hate feral rats, because
Mhm.
once you've had them as pets, you know how smart they are.
Yes.
And you're like, whoa, that's way too many intelligent things out there. I don't like it.
They're very smart. Very smart. I taught mine how to do tricks.
Yep.
And I potty
They will
trained
do
them.
anything. They will do anything for a chocolate chip. And yes, they're easy to potty train.
Oh, I had the little yogurt things, and they would like dance in circles. It was real cute.
Oh, yeah.
I miss them.
They're so easy to train. So easy to train.
Yeah, didn't you have them in a few of your videos too?
Me?
Yeah, I thought.
Mm-mm. No, I haven't.
I'm misremembering things.
My rats, I did not have them after I moved to Boston. And so it's been a while. 2 of them passed away. And then my mom decided it was okay to let the other 2 out in the field, which it definitely wasn't, because I'm sure they were eaten within the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not bred to
No, they weren't outside rats.
the
were
thing was
pet
they
rats.
were 2 of the rats that I took home from the research lab I worked in.
Right. So they're literally
Yeah, so
No way of
they'd
coping.
never been ever out in the wild at all. And so needless to say, I was very upset at her.
Yes, I imagine so.
And I don't let her babysit my pets anymore. She's not a bad
No.
person. She just didn't know, but
No.
still. It made me
I
really
did
upset.
see a really cool trick for people who own tortoises when they let them outside to roam, and it's to tie a helium balloon to them. So you can just let them roam and you'll find them, because you just have to look for the balloon.
That's so
And I
cute.
thought, that's genius.
I've seen the same hack used for children at like weddings and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. It's perfect because they don't lose the balloon. And so they're entertained as well. So it's great.
They'll never lose it. They'll just be like, oh, balloon, yay.
Yeah.
And then you can
Balloons,
level it up
bubbles, and
once it
stickers.
level it up with put 3 balloons on several children, and they're just turning into Mario Kart.
I was gonna say that reminds me of the Mario Kart 8, which is really, really fun.
That is fun. That's cool.
I love that. That's when
Yeah.
you just literally turn that into a game, and then you let them run and see
Yeah.
who can pop each other's balloons
The issue is
That could
giving them
get-
sharp objects.
Yeah.
and letting them
Also-
run with sharp objects.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
Bye, Jake. Don't have too much
Good
fun
night,
at the
Jake.
movie.
What movie
See ya.
is you
What are you watching? What are you watching?
We want to know.
Yeah.
Inquiring minds must know.
Oh,
Dearie,
go
I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 12 of my QB things in my bookshelf scanned last night.
Ooh.
And there's 148 books I haven't read just in those 12 cubes.
Oh my God.
So yes.
That is so many. That is so many, Kate.
Rookie
Oh.
numbers.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
really?
gonna-
How many have you got, Pete? That you have?
I have at least 600 books in this room. At
Yes.
least.
Yeah.
I thought I had a lot of books.
Look, Up there, Star Wars. That's like 150 or
Yeah.
200 on its own.
Yeah,
all right,
you
because those
have
are
a lot
all
of
mass
those.
market paperbacks, and I haven't read all of them.
Right.
So
Have fun with Breath of the Wild.
Enjoy your Hellraiser movie. God, I'm old. I remember when the first one came out.
I've heard very mixed reviews on the Hellraiser movie. So
The new one?
it's more of a hell downer.
Yeah, good. Yes, Stacey, that's correct. That's the way to do it.
if you ever get Jake on one of these streams and he has his drums, he can do the ba-dum-bum-ch for
It's true.
you.
Even
He
though
can do that because he doesn't need his bass to do that.
I started watching the Haunting of Hill House because it's one of my favorite shows, and I watch it every October. But this is the first time I've like legit lived on my own while it's been out, and so I was watching the first episode, and I was like, "Oh no, nope, can't do this. I have to invite friends over."
Well, I watched a reactor reacting to The Exorcist yesterday. I still can't watch it. I, honest to God, watched her reaction like this. So I was covering the film footage and I was just seeing her.
Even
I can't do it.
The pea soup and all that stuff.
I just can't do it. The voice, the fact, like no.
Is it old Exorcist or is this a new movie?
No, it's the old original one. That shit is still really scary.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The old
That is a scary movie.
Some are really dumb, but they always were really dumb. Like Evil Dead, like
yeah,
the OG Evil Dead
horror
is
stuff.
Funny.
Yeah,
but The Exorcist is legitimately scary. So is Poltergeist.
Like the first Poltergeist was really scary,
and it's extra creepy because the girl in the movie was murdered by her dad, which is super sad. And so that just makes that.
Hello.
Yeah, when people like bend their bodies in weird ways, like I can't do that thing.
No, it's a scary. Hey, I was 13, and we lived in an old house that creaked, and at the beginning of the movie, the thing was in the attic scratching. We live in an old house. It creaks. My bedroom is down the end of a long, dark hallway. I slept with my mother that night. It scared me that much. I was like, no, I can't. No. Not happening.
Right.
When I did not laugh at the time, but at least I used to watch and I was able to finish them. But now I don't even start watching any horror or I don't read horror. Somehow I cannot anymore. But I watched a lot as a teenager.
I never watched, but horror.
Yeah. I never watch horror movies unless I can laugh at them and I'm with people. Or like some thrillers are okay. Like thrillers are mostly okay, and like the ones that cross the lines are sometimes okay because it's interesting to see how like if it's a good one that I can start seeing how everything signals and all this other like story stuff. I can get interested in it. But like I don't know, I just don't like the whole scary thing. Like I don't like being scared. Like
I say that Alien is one of my favorite films. Because the tension and the dread of it, there's no, it's not gory or anything. It's just such an intense story, and you're like,
and that can be valuable on its own. Yeah. But like straight up horror films, like The Exorcist, I can confidently say I'm never going to watch it because everything I hear about it's just like I don't know if I can laugh at that, and there's no other value for me other than doing that.
Also, like the Saw movies are just gore for gore's sake.
That I can laugh at sometimes.
In college, my friends and I had a thing called the horror movie drinking game because you're in college and you do that. And we watched like nothing better than like C-level horror movies. Like I'm talking, we watched Teeth. We watched Killer Clowns from Outer Space. We watched Trolls 2. And if anyone has seen Trolls 2 and you know about the popcorn scene, you know what I'm talking about. And Thanksgiving, which is so dumb. Thanksgiving, the turkey that eats. And then what was the last one? Deathbed, which was ridiculous. It's literally like an old like 4-poster bed in this like ruined castle thing. And if you lay on it for long enough, you like sink into it, and then you like get disintegrated by its like juices. And it's
so you get slowly digested by the bed.
It's basically just a dungeon slime. but it's
Yeah,
adult.
kind of. Only it's extra scary because it's a stupid horror movie. But we would always have to pick, like, we would watch the first 5 minutes and then we would pause it, and we had to pick like who we thought would live, who we thought would die first, and all those sorts of things. And so that was like most weekends in college.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
It
Do
was
you want to
fun.
read?
Then we watched VHS. I don't know if anyone's seen VHS,
Yeah.
but that's kind of creepy. And Insidious was the only one we watched that was like legitimately scary and legit good. That movie was creepy.
Hey, during Insidious time, there was another movie with Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart was in a horror movie?
Not bad. Let me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Having seen all of that,
His
I
name
did
is
watch A
Patrick
Cabin of Fear.
Wilson.
Say again, Anitha?
His name is Patrick Wilson,
Patrick Wilson.
not Patrick Stewart.
Well,
And Vera Farmiga. Vera.
Oh,
Conjuring.
Farmiga, yeah. She was she's the older sister of the girl from American Horror Story, like the OG season. She played Violet. I had to look it up because I couldn't remember this, like the tag line from Thanksgiving, but it's
Yes.
gobble gobble mother effer, and it was so funny. It's so dumb.
Yes,
Okay.
when I'm talking about The Conjuring. That
The
Ah.
I think
Patrick
I watched
Stewart was in The Conjuring?
No, we got the Patrick Wilson.
I was wrong. Patrick Wilson.
Oh, Patrick Wilson. I love Patrick Wilson.
yeah.
Okay, that's enough talk about horror. Let's read.
Patrick, I can mention one thing. Patrick Wilson played Raoul in the Phantom of the Opera movie, and so he can sing.
Oh,
He's
okay. Yes, that's where I
wonderful.
know the name from.
Now just imagine him singing in the middle of a horror film.
I agree.
No,
That could be doubly creepy.
That would be an interesting thing if somebody actually made like a musical horror film and did it well. That I would watch just to be interesting.
if it was actually scary. I love the Phantom of the Opera, the movie, even though the lip syncing is awful. I don't care. I love it. The show, amazing. My dream role is Christine. I sang "Think of Me" for my junior year solo at our concert. Yes, love that.
I
show.
was 11, 12 when the Phantom of the Opera appeared out of the ether. And I bought my mum the LP for Mother's Day that year. And I listened to it so much. It was ridiculous. And of course, it's New Zealand. So it didn't come here for a really long time. And then when it did, I couldn't afford it. And so the next time it came, I ended up going to see the Phantom of the Opera with a boys' school that I had no children at. That was just how that worked out.
Hey,
You're
at
a
least you got to
chaperone.
see it.
You know, I was in my 20s, but hey, I went to Phantom of the Opera with a lot of young men.
Hey, I was in my 20s when I finally got to see it. It came to my college because my college was like the west side of the states, like big theater place because they had a huge theater. And
Awesome.
I cried and I like could not function when the chandelier, like when they unveil it at the beginning of it's so good. Oh, and like the electric guitar and everything, just like the whole opening part of Phantom of the Opera is amazing.
Yes,
I will
it is.
stop gushing about it.
Yeah, we need to read because
Yep. Same Rose. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
Uncultured. So let's do this.
I'll
Yes.
call it different culture. At least for me.
That's
Yeah.
a good way of putting it. I just like the concept of calling myself an uncultured swine, like somebody's like I'm not potato head, but
Oh, like ham?
yeah. I'm Ham. I'm the accountant.
You're a piggy bank.
I mean, I wish I was actually a piggy bank because that means I would have more money theoretically, right?
also
I
Ham is
mean,
hilarious.
Maybe.
Ham is hilarious.
Can't
Okay.
go wrong with the John Ratzenberger.
Okay.
Sorry, we're doing it again.
We're gonna sprint now, Anitha.
Yes. Now I'm trying to think about who my Toy Story alter ego is.
Oh boy,
I'm
That's
going to
an
ponder
excellent-
this.
ponder this, and we'll come back and talk about why. And we're back.
We are.
Now we're back.
Oh, we've got a Charmaine out of Ireland. Hello. Oh,
And
we're at the rebuilding phase.
Yes, I finished all the way down to the ground on this side, and I've been building this back up. So now I have to think about my TBR for the next 3 months.
Is it your like way of feng shuiing your room?
A little bit, but it's not very feng shui.
No.
It doesn't relax you.
I mean, to a certain extent it does, but there's also like little things that sometimes I look at, I'm like, that could look better.
Yeah. You can't ever mood read either. You can't go, I want to read that because it's buried under the Tetris.
I plan out my mood reading. It's weird.
That's when the Jenga comes into play.
Yeah.
And you're like, is that a piece I can get out without knocking down the tower?
Essentially, yeah. I make it so that like, okay, this is a rough like sample of books I'm probably going to want to read in the next few months, and then like I make it so I can pull those out if I want to.
I just had an idea. You could get a piece of wood roughly the same size as a paperback, and you could do the whole turn, put the book in, the block in, take the book out, slide the, like have a replacement book.
So
ready.
that's a great idea. But so so I have a lot of paperbacks that they're roughly the same size, but they are millimeters different. And it's really frustrating.
Yeah.
Because I group think there's so many tiny differentiations in size. I'd have to have like 27 different wood blocks for a bunch of different sizes.
True.
Or the other thing I could do is get like one for paperback, because paperbacks are actually, or mass market paperbacks are actually a lot closer in size for the most part.
The problem is the thickness changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like if you're trying to pull out, like, I don't know if you have the mass
if you're
market
pulling
paperbacks.
out a horizontal ones are the problem.
Yeah, I have like mass market paperbacks for Stormlight, so like the Oathbringer one's like chunky.
Yep.
And compare that to Lies of Locke Lamora, where it's like this.
Exactly, right.
Like
I have Shadow of the Torturer is like a tiny slim volume, and then you have like Oathbringer and Way of Kings and stuff that are ginormous. It's just like
Maybe instead you just get a bunch of ply that you can just stick 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, that would actually work the best. It's like have tiny little paperback paper or wooden cards essentially.
Yeah.
I would just see you're way more thoughtful than I am, because what I would do is I would just decide, and then I would put my hand on it, and then I would hold the other books, and I just go, this doesn't go, and then rip it out.
That's
like
what I do
ripping
in
out a
general.
tablecloth from under a bunch of dishes, and I just
that
my
has
fingers break.
too much potential for massive failure.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't do it.
And as
Can't
much
be afraid
as
of failure. You gotta live. Don't be afraid of failure. Then you
as much
never
as it
win.
looks like I'm fine damaging them.
It's books.
You know, people who are lazy, they come up with all these risk-taking ideas.
No, I was actually going to go the other way.
I'm talking
People who
about
are lazy
me.
don't like
Kate,
fixing things.
I'm talking about me.
Lazy.
No. I'm lazy. Trust me. I'm
occasionally,
lazy.
sometimes,
I can
yes.
find a way to avoid having to unpack my Tetris wall because I want to read a book.
And that is why I plan myself out. I'm not completely a mood reader, but I'm also not a complete stick only to my TBR.
You plan your chaos?
I plan my chaos carefully.
You select the options of chaos.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get that. I can't help myself. I like to solve problems. I'm like, that's a problem.
Yeah,
that
no,
can be solved.
It's good. I kind of like this idea, sort of. The only issue with that sometimes was when you'd have a load-bearing book is the foam would squish down way too much.
Yeah.
It would actually. See, my thought process is do like some sort of use like a jack, like a car jack. Like if I can have a tiny one of those,
tiny one of those,
and have a horizontal one and a tiny vertical one.
There's like AAA for a book stack.
Basically, yeah.
I bet if you looked hard enough, you could find one.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of things on Etsy.
Yeah.
They have a statue, a little like plastic statue of an axolotl, and he has his hands
Yay!
open, and it's supposed to be a dice jail for your d20s, and I want it so bad. But it's the most
That's
preposterous
awesome.
thing ever.
But axolotls are the most preposterous things ever.
I
They're
love
so
them.
weird, man. They're weird.
I think octopuses take the cake, honestly. Those things are straight up alien.
Oh, I agree. They are aliens, but they're awesome. Axolotls are just weird. They're stupid.
They're cute.
Octopuses are amazing.
Why do axolotls make great philosophers?
Why?
They axe a lot of
Because
questions.
they ask a lot of questions.
That was painful. Yeah.
Hey, it's funny and painful.
So,
How puns work.
I went out with someone who had axolotls as pets, and I'm like, yeah, they're really cool, but they feel weird. And they
They can literally regenerate limbs.
I know.
Ooh.
That
Which
is
is
really
super
creepy.
cool.
No, it's creepy. When
No,
they're
it's
growing back a
amazing.
limb, when they are growing
Imagine
back
if
a
someone-
limb, it is creepy as all hell.
Imagine someone cut your arm off and then you could just
Yeah.
like chill out and it would regrow
How
in like a
weird
year.
does that look while it's growing? So weird.
I mean, I've seen Deadpool. So I'm good. So I think I know it. I think I know how weird it can be.
I think it's from a medical
they're cool,
standpoint,
but
it is
weird.
amazing.
Yes, I will give you that. Absolutely.
Genetic splicing time.
And I think they're just really cute. They're really cute with their little
They have
like,
cute
fluffy
faces.
things.
They have really cute faces. But then
Also,
they're just like,
if you're like a really hardcore Gravity Falls fan, you know where the axolotl comes in.
Oh my gosh, people in my PBO group keep trying to get me to watch Gravity Falls.
Do it. Why are you resisting? Gravity Falls is amazing.
I already
What
have
does
enough
Gravity
emotional
Falls?
damage from Adventure Time. I don't need another kid's show ripping my heart out.
Look,
And
it's two
Over the Garden
seasons,
Wall.
It's fine.
Have you watched Over the Garden Wall, Pete?
No.
Okay, I will watch Gravity Falls if you watch Over the Garden Wall. And Over the Garden Wall is like a 2.5 hour commitment totally.
See, Annette agrees with me. Gravity Falls is great.
yeah, apparently.
Thank you, K Fox. Solidarity. But you really should watch Over the Garden Wall because you will really love it. Like, I'm not lying. Like, 100%
I will
think
consider
you'll
it.
love it. You will love it. It's like 7 episodes and they're all like 20 minutes long.
Really? That makes
Yeah.
that makes it more appealing because like
It's
huge
like,
giant
yeah, it's like
commitments
2.5 hours total or something. Like, it's like watching a long movie.
are- Ooh.
Doable.
And it's perfect for spooky season. Perfect. You will love it too, K Fox.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Is this so famous? I just typed in Google over it automatically came.
Because it's one of the best cartoons I've ever seen. It's so good.
Good.
It's on
And I
Hulu.
shall
Maybe first I Googled Gravity Falls, so maybe it picked up from there.
Maybe.
Google is
Cool.
creepy.
Yes, it is. I was
Mhm.
watching Fellowship of the Ring actually last night, talking Elijah Wood. And every time I watch it, I'm reminded that he looks deranged when he's not under the ring's influence. Like his eyes are too far open. I'm like, no, you look a little insane.
Okay.
That's just Elijah Wood.
Yes.
Yes, that's that.
Samwise is my favorite.
Of course.
Mhm.
That's the rule.
Oh, I guess I can show on stream now. I'm gonna go put a tank top on so you can see. Oh, so you can show people.
Oh,
my-
yeah.
my
Oh
tattoo.
yeah.
Okay.
Yay for new tattoos.
I already talked about it in my unpopular opinions video. I am not a fan of book Samwise. I oh my god, he's so whiny. I did not enjoy
Oh,
it. Okay,
you
Derek,
are hurting my heart.
sorry.
How
can you
dare
not
you?
love cinema?
You
But-
and Alan. Haven't you learned from Alan? He had to film an apology video for not
I-
liking
Oh,
Samwise.
I did not know Alan there. Actually, after my video, Greg commented that Alan also.
So the funny
I
thing
love
is
Sam.
that
always loved
apology
him.
video is how I found Alan.
Oh,
Really?
Yes. So it
No,
popped up
is
on my
it-
feed just like, I'm sorry. I'm like, I kind of want to know what's going on. And it
Is
popped
that
up and
apology a joke or serious apology?
it's
Was
Christina
Alan
made him
in it?
do it apology.
Oh,
See, this is why we love Christina.
And Alan is just being so sarcastic the entire time, and it's great. And I can hear you can hear Christina laughing in the background, and it's great. Honestly, I was like, yes, these people are amazing.
Sam is the
Charmaine,
best.
Charmaine,
Yes, Frodo is the
when
whiny one.
when I watched the movies, that's how I thought Frodo is the whiny one, and I loved Samwise. But last year, when I read the books, my opinion completely changed. Frodo is actually smart in books. They completely, maybe because of the casting, I don't know. For Frodo in
Maybe.
the movies is whiny one, and Sam is great in movies, but in books he's whiny. Or that, I mean, that's how I felt.
I'm about to do a reread, so
I can definitely
I will
agree that
reassess.
book Frodo is a lot smarter than movie Frodo.
Yeah. Mm.
Let's see.
I don't know if it'll be like the right direction, but oh geez, I'm gonna have to do this.
1 second.
Ah!
Ah!
How do I do
Damage
this?
was not the plan.
There we go.
Oh, yes, it's the right way around. There's some
Uh-huh.
good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
It's so pretty.
I love the detail on it. She did a really great job, and it's the beginning of a sleeve. I'm gonna do a whole Lord of the Rings sleeve.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's exciting.
and my first
Nice.
appointment for that's gonna be in early December. So
Oh, well, that's
I'll
not very
look
far
out.
away.
yeah, I'm
It's
excited.
exciting.
Okay, I have a very noob question. Does it hurt?
Yes.
Yes. They're repeatedly sticking a needle into your
Stabbing you.
skin. When
It's
you
stabbing
do,
you.
yeah, when you do like a black outline like this, if they're just doing like the black, it's like a
That's not
bundle
so
of
bad.
10 needles like in a like
Yeah.
really close together. But when they do shading and color, like I have color in my sunflower back here. It's like a bunch of needles in a line and they like scrape it.
Yeah.
But it
And
has
as
to
they're
go,
going, you're bleeding. So they're rubbing the blood away with the heel of their hand. So they're pushing on where they've just stabbed. And that hurts a lot.
Mhm.
Okay.
But
does
after a
depend.
while, your skin,
Takes a
after
look.
a while, you kind of go, I wouldn't say numb, but the pain gets duller because your body is having like a response
getting
to
enough
that.
of a
And so you
reaction.
have natural analgesics in your body that like help damp the pain down.
Mhm.
And so, like this one only took like 2 hours maybe for everything because she
That's
does
quite
have a
fast.
lot of tiny details that you can't see
Yeah.
on the camera. But my thigh piece that was Stormlight Archive that has like a really big sword on it, I sat for 6.5 hours for that one.
Ooh,
Yeah, that
I'm
was
too much
that
of
was
a
fun.
wimp to do that.
But
I passed out getting my first tattoo and learnt that they won't tattoo you when you passed out because you twitch. So
yeah, no.
So they brought me around and then I passed out again. Fun times. So yeah, I ended up having that tattoo while lying down utterly unnecessarily. So I didn't pass out. And when I went back for my second one, they laughed. They were like, we did not expect to see you back.
I have, this is my 9th tattoo, I think. Which I feel like
nice.
most people don't assume that I have a lot of tattoos. Like if they just look at me in general with like a normal hoodie on and like long pants, and then I have all these and they're like, oh wow.
Yeah. Oh, when I had hair and I worked in an office, it came as a shock to people that I had tattoos.
But it's not that bad, Anita. It's not that
Seriously,
terrible
some
where
people
people wouldn't go back to
doesn't bother
it
them.
all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I'm at an extreme end of the pain spectrum, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There are also
it
different parts of
depends
your
where.
body too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like your what is it? The top of your ribs.
The top of my
your
feet hurt so bad that I wanted to die. By the time they were done with one foot, and then they had to do the other one because only half the quote was on my feet. So it was awful. My knees were shaking because I had to have my leg I'd have my foot flat on the table. And so
Oh, yeah.
my friend Ashley, who was with me, had to help hold my knee steady because it was shaking so bad from the pain. Because where your skin is closer to the bone,
Yeah.
that hurts
When
really
there's no
badly.
padding,
and when you have
basically.
like less padding, so like
Yeah.
down your spine, I have one on the back of my back and like right where your axis is, like that hurt really bad. And then on my wrist right here hurt really bad because you have that bone right there.
Yeah. Whereas the minute you get fleshy, it's less painful.
Except for this, when she got to this part of my arm, it hurt really
Because
freaking
that
bad.
part's really sensitive.
Yeah.
So
I enjoy
There you go.
getting my tattoos, but yeah, it sucks after a while. Sometimes I have to like do deep breathing and not talk. But
I sweat like
Aren't
a
you-
mofo. Like it got to the point where I would sit down and they would go, hang on, get up, and they'd put a towel down underneath me.
oh wow.
Yeah.
I am extremely sensitive to pain, so I'm scared.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. Well, so you have to be really careful about where you put it. I've said this to Kate already. I have 2 of my tattoos are on my belly before I had children. And not so much the weight gain, but the emergency cesarean that cut the foot off one of my tattoos.
Oh,
So, and then they didn't sew it together properly. And then with my next C-section, it got even further away. So now I have a random sort of bit. And my fairy ends abruptly.
I feel
in
like
scar tissue.
having a tattoo would make it easier for them to sew everything up because it's literally like just putting the pieces back
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, you'd think. It's
There
not
is-
on their mind at the time.
There's
True.
an episode of Grey's Anatomy where there is a patient who they have to open up their chest and their abdomen, and they have a giant swastika on them.
Ugh.
And there's this whole thing about like being treated by an Asian doctor or a black doctor.
Mm.
And so when they sew him back up, they specifically sew it in the wrong direction.
Nice.
And now you wouldn't actually do that because you could get sued or whatever. You would get in big trouble. But for that, it was like, yes.
Wouldn't you have to
Thing is-
prove that though, that they
Yeah.
perfectly did it?
I mean, I feel like you wouldn't actually lose in court
No.
because yeah, I feel like you wouldn't, but they'd still
just
try.
It would cause unpleasantness for all involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's a funny place. That's a funny place to be ticklish, as in the place that you are physically at, rather than the place on your body.
actually,
Oh,
armpit is a very common place for
Yeah.
people who are ticklish.
But if you don't know you're ticklish, that's a strange situation to be in to find out.
Yeah.
I'm not
Somebody's
looking
tattooing
forward
you.
to this part because this is gonna hurt really
That's
bad.
going to hurt. That's sensitive. That's really sensitive.
Yeah. I want Narcial down the front of my arm, but I don't think she would tattoo over my elbow because it moves too much. And it
I
would
don't think they
fade.
do.
Fade.
Because it's too close to a lot of veins as well.
Yeah, because you need to get into because your cubital fossa
Yeah.
right there is where they draw blood, so they won't cover
Yeah.
that most of the time.
See, I can't get my underarm. I don't know if you can see. I've got a massive scar. Can you even see it? Kind
Oh
of.
wow, yeah.
It goes
It
all the way
wouldn't take
down.
ink very well.
It does, and it's wide. Like it's sort of that wide at its point. And oi,
I don't know
So,
if you want
yeah,
to show that. No.
no, it's shiny.
Oh
You
yeah.
can see
I
it.
can
Okay,
see
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a big bugger, and yeah, so I can't get my underarm tattooed, which is a shame. But there you go, you get that. But I know how much that hurts because that was a funny accident. I fell off the back of a friend's bike when I was really young, and it didn't bleed, but the damage went to the bone. It sort of went that way. Got up off the ground. My mum was walking behind us. We turn around to walk home and phone the doctor, and there's an ambulance coming down the road. Nothing, sadly, because it was a bike accident, and I was on the back of my friend's bike, and the carrier that I was sitting on fell off. But
Ooh.
I was a kid, so I stayed hanging on. And
Ouch.
yeah, wasn't nice. But there was an ambulance right there, so they took me to hospital.
Well, I'm glad you're okay and you only came away with that scar.
Yeah, the weird thing was it didn't bleed, and I learned what color fat is,
Yes.
Nice.
which is gross.
Not very pleasant. It's
No.
bright. It's like yellow. It's
Yellow. It's like, yeah,
Gross.
yeah, but no blood. No blood at all. They managed to miss every vein in my arm. I was like, I can see my bone. No blood.
A lot up here, they're
Yeah.
very deep. And you're lucky you didn't hit your brachial artery
Yeah.
because that would have been
So-
bad. But
Yeah.
this is me
It was
like
a whole
remembering all my
situation.
anatomy and quizzing myself. So sorry.
Do I know my
There
thing?
you go. I can help you cram. No worries. Matching scars. Did something eat you?
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm thinking like Jaws, Australian
Actually, I'm
That's our
I'm a
fault.
little bit over halfway, Kevin, because I've fully taken it
Yeah,
down and then I've rebuilt this
but
deck.
you have that left side shelf also.
What do you mean? This
I
one?
mean, our left side. Yeah, for you, right side.
That one? Maybe this one. I'm not sure if I'm going to rearrange it or not yet.
Okay.
We'll
That
see.
just
That's
means
less
you get
urgent
to
because it
read.
has shelves.
Say again?
Excuse me. That means you get to read instead of working on
Evie,
your
you
desk.
had open heart surgery and
Ah,
spinal
Oh,
surgery.
wow.
Oh my god.
wow. Okay,
Um,
that's really cool because
I'm a,
you survived both of them clearly.
Yeah,
Yay,
yes.
that's
and
awesome.
build this amazing, smart and strong personality.
Yeah, that is actually really cool.
Yeah.
Scars are awesome for storytelling. I love it.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming not at the same time. That'd be
Well,
really
no,
odd.
toddler is separate to 10.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were both when she was 10 for some odd reason.
Crikey, Pete, you're on BookTube reading.
People don't read. What are we talking about?
Far out.
I thought it was
Neck
just Greg that
surgery.
didn't
Holy
read.
crap, Evie. You're like the $1 million woman. We can make you better. Wow.
He's half android.
Yeah.
Little bionic parts sit within, all creaking and clanking within her.
Well,
This is Blade Runner. Uh-oh.
yeah, but also, she won't get arthritis if that's the case. That's cool.
That would be cool.
We are glad
Oh,
that you
to
are here, Evie.
Becomes
We are
her
super
man.
glad you are here. Because you're awesome.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. But see, this is where people are wrong because scar conversations are great.
Exactly.
Yeah. See?
Especially like when you're in grade school, I'm sure you can just tell everybody that you got in a fight and you should have seen the
Yeah.
other guy, right? Right. You thought of that when you were in grade school.
Also, if you've got matching scars front and back, you can say something impaled you.
Right.
That is super cool. Yeah.
Got impaled on a spike when you were climbing the wizard's tower.
Yeah. And you come up with new stories every time. That would be cool.
It's probably annoying being asked the same thing all the time, though, by people who you don't know. And
My name is Derry, and I went to 14 schools before I was 13 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Were you a troublemaker, Derry?
No.
Oh,
well,
Evie.
kind of. Well, sort of.
What's the story behind the schools? That was a joke question.
That was my stepfather was a troublemaker, so we didn't stay places long.
Oh.
And we moved a lot. But I did learn that first impressions truly do make an impact, because I learned that in the first couple of weeks, if I was really, really good, the teachers were like, oh, she's really good. And then I could get away with murder because they don't believe that you've got it in you. So good.
I was not a troublemaker when I was younger. I was a good kid, except for in preschool. I got kicked out of my first preschool because I bit the same kid 3 times in one day.
My question is, what was that kid doing?
He pushed me down the slide, and then he wouldn't let me on the slide. And I wanted revenge.
Understandable.
Those are reasons I am willing to sort of accept.
I was really young. I was like 5. Maybe younger.
At preschool. Wow. Okay.
I was a troublemaker. I'm always a troublemaker. I mean, not in the sense that I go and do something and get arrested, but
That's the definition of troublemaker. That's
felonies.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
I escalate things easily. I mean, arguments go easily.
Oh, I think anybody who's in Discord with you knows that.
Yeah. I think we know that. I was just 8 times, Kev. What the heck?
Leroy Jenkins, jeez.
Wow.
You are making yourself even more of a bogan than you already are.
Beat that.
Yeah.
I was
Dude.
when I went and saw Kinky Boots on Broadway. I did get yelled at by Brendan Urie's bodyguard to get out because I was like putting my poster over people's heads, and then I didn't leave, and my best friend did it for me, and I still got a signature.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Also, Kinky
He's a
Boots,
great-
great show.
Oh yeah. We literally flew to New York City for less than 24 hours to go see the show and then come back home. So yeah, it was great. It was worth it.
Yeah, I bet. The movie is amazing. I love the movie. Chiwetel Ejiofor is the main character in it with Martin Freeman.
Really?
Great movie. Yeah, great movie.
You are a troublemaker, as I don't do things and I don't want to more. Yeah. Pete was an angel, wasn't he?
Ah, sure, I was. I had my moments where I didn't get caught.
That's,
I mean,
a smart troublemaker is the very
have
best
has this-
kind.
That's all
Very
right.
best kind.
I let other people get away with things, and then I didn't get caught when I did them.
Yep. Well done.
Snitches get stitches, Pete. You knew that from a young age.
Yep. No stitches for me.
I can never
if you do
get
it
away
right,
with
you'll-
things, actually. I mean,
If
it's
you do it
not
right,
in my
everything
fate
just
at all.
slides off. So,
It's not in your what,
yes.
Anita? Anita?
It's not in my fate, to get away with things. Whatever I do, even small thing, I get caught.
Oh dear.
I would get caught when I did things, but I never did anything really bad. But I would never get punished because I would get out of the punishment.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's another level.
Oh, I was a master. I told you I was Malta when I was young. I was a master manipulator. The reason why I'm so it's uncomfortable because I was so much like her. It was awful.
I am. I
Came
know.
out of it pretty awesome.
It's hard to say this. I am through and through Althea. No doubt about it.
Stubborn as all hell.
Yeah, and direct, so direct. No manipulation in the bones at all.
Mm-hmm. Pete, there's no character for you to be because all the guy characters suck.
Oh, they
Yeah.
do.
Literally all of them. There's
They're all
even
terrible.
Brashen kind of sucks.
Yeah, Brashen has his moments.
Actually,
Yes,
Brashen is kind of better compared to others. Much better.
I can
But
be.
better in comparison to those blokes is still not great.
I will be Kuni Guru from Grace of Kings. He is a
You can be-
flawed but
We
good
don't
You
have
can
character.
be
time to-
Burke, who is perfect in every way.
I wouldn't mind being Burke, honestly.
Mary
I love
Poppins?
Burke,
Yeah, I like him.
Burrick.
but he's perfect. He is the perfect man.
I
I appreciate the compliment.
I haven't read the rest of the series, so I can't. I just Burrick and me don't get along. I don't.
I mean,
makes me sad.
he's fine in Farsi. I don't have any problems with him.
I have
love that.
issues with certain relationships that happen, and I know people have excuses for them, but I don't like them.
You're
I don't like
unwell.
them.
You're
I don't
like
unwell.
Kevin, you're objectively wrong.
Oh, Bertie,
Oh,
are you playing with your
dear.
ducky?
If you hear squeakies, my
I
dog is
did
playing
hear
with them for
squeakies.
toys.
Ah,
Yes,
yes.
yeah.
The real dog and the holograms, turned
The
off.
hologram's being lazy somewhere.
Oh, so it's
Actually,
charging. Okay.
That's a running theme. To be fair, is this how you
Ex-
get away with the hologram?
Right?
Unmoving on the sofa.
I would
Oh,
show her. I
dear.
would find her and show you, but my room is a little messy. That's where she
No.
is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I can't have mess because this is my house. There's not enough room for mess.
For
I still
really
manage,
open
but-
apartments, weird.
Well, it's just this big. This is kind of it.
Well, do you get to have opinions on all of the characters, Kevin, if you DNF'd it before 200 pages? Because obviously you didn't like something or multiple somethings.
We're
So
on the internet. Opinions are everywhere.
Willie gets to have an opinion, but it's not weighted as highly as Charmaine or Pete, who've actually read the whole book.
Well,
Charmaine is right here. Shoo,
Charmaine,
Kevin, shoo.
you go.
Charmaine needs to
You're wrong,
read
Kev.
Speaking Bones.
I don't even know Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Don't hate me.
Kevin's
Charmaine,
lovely. We like Kev.
Charmaine, are you
What is this
really a
now?
fan? You took almost 7 months to finish Wheel Throne.
We are talking about your favorite new series, Alan. We are talking about the Dandelion Dynasty.
Which I have not read, so.
I haven't read either, but I
think
have
I'm-
the first book because of Sharon. She sent it to me.
It's
Yay,
great.
Sharon!
It's amazing. And Kev says the characters are bad, even though he's only read 163 pages.
160 pages. Oh dear. That's funny.
I hope Grace of Kings is on this poll, Alan.
I mean, the day Charmaine wins that wheel, she'll pick. I think he will. Alan will choose Kindred. Then it is short and standalone.
I thought we did the wheel. I thought, was it Klaus?
I mean,
That's
next
great.
time.
Yeah, Klaus did a Game of
Oh, the
Kings.
Polar Spider. Okay.
Oh, Game of Kings. Of course he picked that.
Well,
That
the
is
something
Klaus's LPQ.
Hey, we're all allowed our favourite series.
it's true.
Although I do have a bone to pick with you, Alan.
Alan,
You are not allowed to threaten Hob. You're just not. This is not okay. I need to have words.
well, I can't say anything for that. I mean,
Threatening
that's a joke anyway. I mean,
Okay.
I'm glad everything got better now and you're back into reading.
Yay!
Alan, I'm not sure if you watched Klaus's most recent best series. He did not include LPQ at all in his best 10 series.
What? That's crazy.
Alan
No.
is throwing down the gauntlet right now.
That is not okay.
Alan, if you can time travel, aren't there more exciting things to time travel to do?
I
could go
have
back to
the
Arthurian
first Great Coats book on my shelf in physical form, Alan, because of you. I'm not going to read it now.
Okay, everyone stop attacking Alan. Jake is the one who provoked him.
I like Alan still.
Right?
I like Alan. I'm taking book revenge on Alan. Jeez, man.
Silencing Milton Friedman.
But yes,
Okay,
it's all good.
maybe it's time to read.
It's
I mean,
time to read and
You
build.
don't have to read, but I will take a break to go and make dinner.
Honestly, I might
Actually,
go
I
make
can
something
a cup of
myself.
tea. Right.
I'm gonna read because I have Practical Magic is great. It's very, very different from the movie.
Very different.
But it took me until about 40% in to really get invested in the story because it feels
It's so
Ben put
different.
it the best way. He said that it was good, but it was kind of just vibes
Yeah.
until you
All
get
the
to a certain
vibes.
Yeah.
But now the story's taking off, and I don't know how to feel about some of the characters because I was really mad at them, and now I feel bad for them, and it's just confusing.
Okay. Right. Start the timer. Let's do the thing.
All right, what time is it? We're picking a random time.
It is 33.
Let's do 10.
Good plan. Okay. See you
Okay.
shortly.
See you then. I'm going for dinner.
B.
Charmaine, I loved the ending of Fall of Babel. So mean.
alarm clock noise.
Okay, I have a question. Um, how do I in behind you that on top of dresser, bottom no back, third column. Is that intentional to put those books not exactly vertical? Huh.
You mean these
Oh,
books that
Yeah.
aren't actually stacked yet?
The currently working on pile, I'm guessing.
Ah, no! Terry Pratchett.
Hi, Joanna, if you're still here.
hey Johanna.
No, it was not intentional because they're not actually stacked yet. These are just.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out where to put them because Color of Magic was like the perfect size to fill in a gap. Like
Yep.
right there.
Yep.
Exactly right there. So
How is that standing? That how do I that? What is that?
this.
On top of that, what is that box kind of thing? Down.
It looks like a duology in a sleeve.
No, actually, it's cigar boxes.
Oh, that's the other cigar box.
How
Right.
are they standing on top of that half the empty space?
So there's two, I would call it lines of tension. So 1st of all, you have the weight of this stack of books on top of this end of this,
So
and then you
there
also
go.
have a stack of weight right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you also have the tension between the two bookshelves, right? So everything is packed pretty tight, like not like super tight, but enough that there's tension. There's like pushing, so the books are pushing themselves inwards. So that takes a little bit away off of this on top of, this.
But why are you not filling that empty space?
You mean the black space right here?
Huh.
Because there's nothing underneath it.
But you can keep something on that books, right?
Well, yeah. So that's actually where the tall neck is going to go. It's going to go
Oh,
on top of these books right here.
Okay.
And so you won't really see this space. And then I usually have a stack of books right here to cover up this cigar box.
Littlefoot.
It's a display niche.
It is a display niche. That's an excellent way to put it, Derry. Yeah, that's where that is.
I can see Senlin books.
Yes, the Senlin books are up higher this time. And then I put
yes.
Hob is down here. I
Yeah.
can't do directions.
That's
This
literally
is a
this
stack
farcier
of.
just
I might
above you.
change this because the Malazan books are giving me glare too. I might have to see if the Wheel of Time books will do interesting because that's the two big series that are all mass market paperback that fit in that place that I like
They're
having.
not that glaring, actually. It's all right, at least for me.
Yeah, I don't find them
Yeah,
too glaring.
It's definitely not as bad as the
No, they
other
were
books
much
that were
worse.
over there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where did you put Shadows of the App books?
Good night, Rose.
Hi.
They are right here. So I did some funny stuff. So the fun thing that I found out is the random copies of 10 through 6 you watch through Seal the Worm are actually the same height horizontally like this that vertically the first 5 Shadows of the App books are. So book 5 is right here, and then books 4 through 1 are sitting on top. So this is like the one time that weird book like sizes actually is interesting and like doesn't ruin things usually.
Well, I like it. I think it's cool.
I like it too.
What
It
did
would
you
drive
put
me
there
bonkers,
down?
but
What did I what?
Go ahead, Derek. It's okay.
no, I just it would drive me bonkers because I wouldn't be able to just pick a book up. But what were you saying, Anita?
I'm asking, what did you put there down between those shelves?
Here? Books that I know for certain I'm not going to be reading in the next like 3 months. Some of them are like extra Lord of the Rings copies because I have like 3 copies of each of the Lord of the Rings book for some odd reason in different.
Because they're awesome.
Yeah, like
I
I
also
have
have 3.
exactly. I also have like some of Sapkowski's books, the Witcher series. I have the first one, the Witcher series, and then his Tower of Fools. and I bought them when they were hyped up, and then I heard a few things from some people that I trust, and I was like, I don't have any desire to read them for the time being, so they've been down there for a little bit.
Maybe
They
you
can become
put
foundational
your
pieces.
magazine books there also.
Say again, Anita.
Maybe you can keep your Malazan books there. You're already done with them, right?
It's
But they're
true.
not as tall as the clearly hardcovers that fit that gap perfectly.
Well, the one thing that I did do farther down is I actually have a line of. I'll see if I can.
Now I can see it. My eyes were hurting. I didn't have the screen maximized.
There we go.
My eyeballs.
Yeah, so right here, there's actually a bunch of because there's this weird bit where the dresser widens out and there's some like molding or whatever on the edge.
Oh, yeah.
So let me.
You have to work around it.
Yeah, I have to work around it a little bit.
Okay.
So I put some books there. So theoretically, some of Malazan could fit down here, which I might do it eventually. But
Dragons, Fires of Heaven, you're not planning to read them?
they're not one of the series that I really want to finish this year.
Okay.
I think I might pick up Fires of Vengeance next year at some point, so I can, because I know the third one came out this year, I think sometimes. But I think the books that I'm like really the series that I'm really trying to finish this year, I kind of have nailed down, and that is Lady Trent,
So good.
Babel, the Senlin books,
Books of Battle.
Books of Babel. Thank you. The Aurelian Cycle, which is that's all the way
Fury
up there.
Song. Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it's so
on Fury
good.
I'm gonna try to finish whatchamacallit, Dagger and Coin, but we'll see.
I thought you already finished Dagger and Coin.
Everybody thinks I'm finished with Dagger and Coin for some odd reason, but no, it got lost in the buddy reads because I wasn't buddy reading it with anybody else.
You
I
finished
didn't think
three?
that you finished it, Pete.
Thank you for
You're paying attention.
knowing me truly.
Well, here am I trying to bend around the picture so I can see your Gallifrey poster. I'm like, that's cool.
Oh
Are
my
you
gosh,
done with-
yeah. I never noticed that. I was looking at your Sunday in the Park with George poster.
Yeah, and this Sunday in the Park actually has a TARDIS in it too. It's that version.
Okay, you can't see. I don't
No,
think
you
can
can't.
see. But if you see that in the background above my TV, do you see? Can you see
Here, let me give me a
what
sec.
that is?
You're
The exploding TARDIS. Honestly, if I can get like I think I actually have a copy of that somewhere. Like,
It's a really big. I got it in college, like at one of the
Exactly.
poster sales.
I found a site in college that was like cheap posters, and I got so many posters, and I still have a lot of them.
Nice.
Well, my favorite artist is Van Gogh, and so I love that so
Oh my
much.
god. And that episode is just so heartbreakingly beautiful.
That's my favorite episode of Who, and I cry like a baby every single time I watch it. Every
Such a good
single time.
episode.
Such a good episode. Yes.
are you done with your rebuilding, Pete?
Oh no,
No.
no.
Oh.
I still have like, so basically, if it's not at the ceiling, I'm not done yet. I still have tons of books staring at me.
That's
Now you're
crazy.
making me
That's
want to
cool.
redo mine
It's
because I have a lot
a
of
bug.
books that don't have spots on my shelves.
Mhm.
Instead, they're just like stacked sideways in front of the things that are in the shelves.
Actually,
Yeah.
I recently received a trilogy from the lovely Kate that I have to put onto my shelves. So I should probably do mine. But that's literally all of my shelves. So
You have little cubies like I do.
yeah, but I use them a lot of different ways. Like I stack them sideways and I stack them on end and I stagger them. And at the moment they're holding up my desk on one end. Actually, no, both ends this time. So yeah, they get used in lots of different ways, depending on what I need them to be. And
So do you have,
on
like-
the sides,
Did I
you can
not know you
stack
had
them
a-
high.
Is that a Battlestar Galactica poster?
It is. This is the Viper Mark II.
How did I not notice that before? So say we all.
I don't know. And this is Serenity.
Yeah.
Firefly! I tried
So, yeah.
learning that on my guitar, and that song is more difficult than you would think.
Phaedra's Jobby's Kushiel's thingy.
Yeah,
Crucial
the
Dart.
Kushiel's Dart series.
Yeah, that one. This one.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm excited for her to read. I really think that you're gonna like. I hope so. If you don't, I will survive.
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will.
I'm on a mission. I want everybody to read that series. It's so good.
Well, Chris Bookish Cauldron was the first time I heard about it. A good couple of years ago now, a long time ago, and he's a really big fan.
Some people are reading. I have seen updates in Goodreads recently.
I think more
okay.
people are picking it up because Daniel Green read the first one and he gave a pretty good review on it.
Okay.
And so more people are reading it because he has.
Because he raises the awareness.
He has opined.
Which is why I tend not to watch him.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I don't watch a ton, but when I saw that he did a review, I couldn't help myself. I had to see what he said.
Yeah.
Also, I just heard myself say that, and that's not the reason why I don't watch the man, because clearly lots of people on BookTube have opinions.
It's true.
I haven't seen him for a while, actually.
I occasionally turn into fantasy news. I don't really watch him or Murphy that much anymore, honestly.
I don't really watch Murphy either at all.
If there's something interesting that I'm like, I want to know your thoughts on this. Like, if it's a Sanderson book, I'm gonna watch it just to judge them and tell them, be like, I don't agree with your opinions. But
and they get all the arcs.
So
they do get all the arcs.
So does Elliot Brooks.
Probably why I'm not interested.
I like Elliot Brooks's opinions better, especially on like Sanderson books. If that makes any sense.
You like them better because they're better.
Well, no, she's not a fan of Adolin. That's the funny thing.
Oh, my
so like
cinnamon
I don't
roll.
know, right?
We can't devolve, Pete. We can't, or Evie's gonna yell at us.
I don't know. I listened to some of Daniel Green's reviews of things that I've read, and every once in a while there's a book where I'm like, I'm not sure how you got that.
In every sprint, Alan. Every sprint.
No, we're not. I nipped it in the bud.
I can't join in.
Nipped it in the bud, Alan. I'm trying to be more conscious about it.
You know, when you just breathe in, the stormlight races through your veins. Yeah, I don't know. Is it he rubs me weird? Sometimes like this is
that was a very strange sentence.
Please say it a different way. Phrasing. This is the PG
word awareness, Pete. Word awareness.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Sanderson. I'm talking about Daniel Green. All right. There's a thing where I try not to sound too formulaic in the words that I say, and like there's this certain level of fakeness that I am self-conscious about me sounding like just I like the whole like and subscribe thing. I try to say it. I've said it more and more, but I try to say it differently every time because I don't want to sound like I'm just reading off of a script and being ungenuine. I think it's the genuineness. Like I want to be genuine, and there's a certain level of public relations fake that sometimes people get into.
I always say it the same way. It's like my catchphrase at the end of my videos. Please subscribe and comment. I would be ever so grateful. It's like my thing.
No, I'm trying to not sound like I have fake opinions. Like I use the word interesting way too much. I know that.
I say awesome a lot. And having just read Terry Pratchett's biography, it's one of his most hated words. So now I'm being really aware of every time I say awesome, because apparently it's a lazy word and I should stop saying it. So
mine is very. If you say very something, there's always a better adjective to use than very blank.
Yeah. Nice is the same.
The worst thing is being called nice. It's like, ooh.
Yeah. Pratchett was a grump, but that's why we love him.
He was able to make fun of everything.
Yeah.
Because he was a grump about everything.
Like Alan.
Kind of. It's like, no, this is an unfair thing. I'm going to keep talking about it. I like it. It's a lovely man. But apparently he never said thank you, which is also that.
Aw.
I'm not a fan of that. But, you know, if
I
that's
will
his
be-
only, problem, that's fine.
Could have been
I
worse.
have a fake dog. Pete has fake opinions. It's fine.
It's more just I think my opinions sound fake.
Alan,
I need a
How-
betrayer.
you like Pratchett. I know you're not saying it in a bad way. So in the same way, I'm not saying it in a negative way. I mean, I'm
She's-
saying it in a positive way.
She's trying to say you're like one of your favorite authors.
Yeah.
Having
That's
a
passion
bad thing.
about injustice is a good thing.
Vive la revolution.
Viva.
Yeah.
Viva.
Absolutely.
Viva Las Vegas. What?
Yep.
Anita has chosen violence.
You're very violent at the moment, Alan. You're declaring a lot of holy wars. There's fighting words happening.
I mean, it's fall, and that's the time where people fall down, and the fall of the empire. I'm trying to make a
An
connection.
autumn war?
Yeah, it's an autumn war. That's right. Thank
That
you.
one was
Well
sitting right in front of
done.
you, Pete. That was painful.
My brain was
that
going
well
fall
done.
of the Roman Empire. Fall of the Roman Empire.
Oh, I see.
An
Well,
autumn
it's
war.
spring here, so I
Alan-
wasn't on the same wavelength at
Alan,
all.
you cannot declare war on me. What books will you attack? Tell me.
You get
No,
attached
because
to
if he
the
includes
company.
any more of the ones I like, that's a problem.
Good night,
Oh,
Evie.
okay. We love you. Mwah, mwah,
Good
mwah.
night. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Bye.
War for, oh, okay.
What
I've been
book
drawn
did
into
Ellen-
a war for all seasons. Well done. I love
Didn't
it.
Alan, didn't you read? You read that Saba
Lots.
Tahir book that we're reading right now that I can't remember the name of.
Ember in the Ashes.
Ember in the Ashes. Yes. It's going to be my read as soon as I'm done with this.
Read what you
Okay.
enjoy. It's okay. Read what you like, what you enjoy. It's okay.
Mhm.
My foot is asleep and it's pins
Oh,
and needles
no.
right now. So
no.
they make weird faces. That's why.
Sure.
TV static has invaded your foot.
Mm-hmm. Ow.
That's a really good explanation of it. That's kind of great.
I'm gonna walk it off. Blah.
Don't bump into your hologram because you can't.
Okay, coming back to the topic Pete was talking, I used to watch, his channel long before. I mean, initially when I found BookTube, later slowly, last year April when I found Alan's channel, and through Alan's channel I got into Discord and I found all your channels. Somehow that appeal has gone actually
Mhm.
in his videos. I could easily see the differences.
Mm.
I mean,
I think it's personality. There's
Yeah.
a very appealing to a broader audience in not showing too much personality, but that's not what I enjoy. I enjoy the fact that Jimmy can't help but talk about wrestling. I enjoy the fact that Alan has passionate ideas
there
about
is a
how
lot
things
of
should be.
life and
Yeah.
involved in this corner of BookTube actually.
Yeah.
Be it Alan or our corner, that is
We
lacking in
know
that.
each other.
Yeah,
We've
Yeah.
got to know each other, and that's ultimately the point, I think, of why we are in this corner of BookTube, because we want to talk to people we know about books that we like or dislike, or need to convince the other person they should like more.
Mhm.
Yes.
It's just,
Yeah.
and that's the appeal for these.
I think the getting to know people is probably like the biggest part for me is to like, I wanted like getting to know a lot of people is I usually watch channels of people I know. Right. So sometimes it's hard for me to watch people that like, I don't like know yet to a certain extent, because I'm just like not interacting with them yet and all this other jazz. So
Welcome, Paulina.
hello.
As we're talking about how we all like to get to know each other. Hi.
Greetings, random stranger, new person that we will get to
I
know.
reckon. Well, I
Now
like
we know
I was
her.
talking to my
Not
friend who I was with last week. I said, I love the fact that I know the names of Alan's pets. I know
Mhm.
that I love that I know I've spoken to Jimmy's wife. I like the fact that we all go, "Hi, Max," when Evie's dog appears on the screen. I love that we all know that about each other. And I just think that that's nice. And it makes it more appealing to watch than somebody who's become more washed out, more bland, more flat, in order to not offend people.
Very high level, headline level things. Even that I don't see that passion even while reviewing a book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want to know when somebody really loves a book or kind of wishes they never picked it up. Mm-hmm. I want to see that.
Yeah.
I'm so astonished at all the people who are like, "Oh, I hated this thing," because I feel like
I read it.
I almost never read books that I don't like, and I don't know if that's because I like too many things or if I just know what's going to work for me or not.
I think it's when you know what works for you. You're far more likely to go, well, read the synopsis of that book. Doesn't sound like me. You might miss out, but you watch someone else's review and they can tell you if you've missed out, but you're not going to pick it for yourself.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 books that I haven't that I've really disliked that I've read in the last couple of years, and that's I DNF'd Last Argument of Kings, and I also DNF'd Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, which I know hurts Pete and Evie, but I'll give it a shot.
It's understandable. All right. It's very much, I know for you, if you were ever to read it and really like it, it would have to be one that you were really in the mood for this type of book.
Mm-hmm. It's not her writing. I love Piranesi, but you guys all get little science lessons in my videos.
Why did you DNF Last Argument of Kings?
I'm curious about that.
I don't want to tell you until you're done with. Have you finished before they're hanged?
Yes, that's why I'm asking you.
I don't want to spoil anything for you. I feel like the ending of Before They Are Hanged obviously upset me because I feel like that's the point.
I loved it because it's like, oh, what a brilliant way to do that. Yeah.
I know there are people who haven't read it, so I'll text you exactly why, but I felt like all of the character development that you have through the entire second book, which was my favorite part of the second book, was specific characters, their character development. Once you hit Last Argument of Kings and you get back to the city, it's like that's all gone. I felt like all of that was just never mind. And characters were... And I just hated that because I felt like they earned something in the second book and they weren't they didn't. And everyone's, I didn't get to the end. People are like, oh, it doesn't have a happy ending. And that's the whole point. And he's trying to show that not every story has a happy ending. And I've had people say you just don't understand what he was doing. And I'm like, don't insult my intelligence for not liking something you like. And I just felt like it erased just a whole bunch of stuff that he did that I thought was genius.
Yeah, because I agree with that.
When you grow, sometimes you can move backwards, but I just felt like it was oh, let me get my eraser and just everything is gone, especially for a specific character who is my favorite character, who I feel had the most growth. And I can't even remember her name because I was so upset about it. The female character,
Farrah.
Who is,
I understand.
She doesn't matter. He just drops her. So,
okay,
that's why I didn't like it. I was just really frustrated.
Fine. Yeah, and because not liking a book is not the same as not getting a book.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who like his, and there are things that I want to know about the story, and I will eventually read it. But I was just I'm mad at this right now. I'm 150 pages in, and I am just so angry at the direction. So I just put it down.
That's a good reason to stop reading something. But
sorry, that was my little rant, my attempt at not spoiling anything.
It's okay, actually. I'm thinking.
It's good. Being able to disagree without fighting is a good thing.
Yeah.
There was a question on Andrew's Wizardly Reads Discord today because they do your daily questions. And yesterday was a book that surprised you with hype that you really loved. And today was a book with lots of hype that you didn't. And I was surprised at the amount of people who agreed with me on The First Law.
Okay.
Wow.
that let
Yeah.
them down.
Yeah. Dune fans can be really pretentious, and they need to chill out.
Actually,
I
yeah.
think Abby
Who was it?
got
Abby.
a lot of comments. Yeah, Abby got.
Abby, just
Oh
before
my
the film
god.
came out, she had to
Yeah,
take hers down. I think in the end, didn't she?
that's really
It was just
sad that
really
you
nasty
had to do
comments.
that.
I'm like, that is so
Yeah.
unfair. It's not okay.
Yeah, I
Because
have
that's
like
the point of the videos is let's talk, but sensibly.
Charmaine, I did not know you don't like Will of Ascension.
I mean, I love Well of Ascension, but everyone is entitled to their own opinion. I am not a mean
Even when
Sanderson fan. I am a good Sanderson fan.
I think so. I read Well of Ascension like 5-6 years ago. I think I read it while I was in college. I don't exactly remember when, but it was before I got out of college for certain. And I wasn't necessarily like the biggest fan of the ending. I appreciate the ending more now, but I also haven't reread it. So like I want to reread the first Mistborn Era one at some point to see if I like it better. I've reread before I started BookTube. Actually, I started that. I reread Final Empire, and I was like, oh, this is still good. So I'm looking forward to getting to the other two at some point. But we'll see.
Yeah. I was trying to
Yes.
speed read through the first era, and it didn't happen. And now I have to speed read through the second era so that I can read Last Battle because you know
You're
that
gonna
like
get spoiled.
a day after, like
Yeah.
everyone's gonna be talking about it, the whole Sanderson fan base, and I can't be left out.
Crazy.
I mean, you could always get a head start by reading the preview chapters.
I don't do that. The only time I ever did that was
Have
with
you-
the prequel to
have-
Starlight 5.
Have you already read first 3 books in that?
Me? Yeah, but like a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long time
Yeah,
ago.
I got Shadows of Self out of the way. I think I still have Bands of Mourning to read this month. And
Like,
then
oh, sorry, Pete. Go ahead.
go ahead.
I was just saying, like, when I read Mistborn, I didn't like know that it was part of the Cosmere. I like didn't know the Cosmere existed.
Same.
And and then I read Way of Kings, and I was like, this is so freaking good. And then when I figured out that Mistborn was part of it, my brain like exploded. And I was like, what?
So when I started Mistborn, the first era, I didn't know about it. When I got to the end, I heard that there was like 27 other books and stuff like that. And this being pre-college Pete, who wasn't like reading, yay. I was really busy. I was like, nah, I can't get into that. It's too much. And of course, then I start taking my CPA and I start like hearing all these things about Way of Kings, and then Stormlight Archive becomes like the books that I read and binged during my CPA in these huge 4 tests. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Like, yeah. So kind of similar to your story, except mine was like a test security blanket.
Yeah.
Security blanket. Yeah.
It's all good. I mean, I reread, as most of you know, I reread a lot, and the ability to read a book and have it not go down in your estimation is rare. For it to stay high and sometimes rise in your estimation is a gift, and it very much for me separated out the cream from the milk. It was like, oh, these are actually the really good ones. These are the ones that can stand being reread and still be entertaining and still be engaging and still make me want to keep going.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm a big proponent for that, to reread and to really check that wasn't as good as you thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about the Chris Shield books.
This is how I
Good
feel
to
about
know.
And I found, like, when you read it again, you like catch more things.
Yeah,
I feel like the world is
absolutely.
very well fleshed out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the richness of that writing. That, who was it? AP at A Critical Dragon, when he goes, the first time you read it, you're chasing the plot. The second time you can read the story.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
it's so
can't wait
true.
to go back to the Senlin books, to the Books of Babel. And like, now that I know and I've done my whole like conspiracy thing and found out what I was right and what I was wrong about, like going back is going to be amazing, because I feel like he's like Sanderson a bit, where he like dropped a bunch of breadcrumbs along the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm excited for you to read it, Pete.
I'm excited to finish it finally, because I've been, this is one of the ones since the beginning of the year. I've just been like, Let's go.
Tender is the Flesh. I love that book. I love that book so much, and it's really, really hard to talk about it with anyone because most people get completely grossed out, which is why I have not
Leslie
made a
read
video
that
about
recently?
it. Huh?
Didn't Leslie read that recently?
I don't know. I've been
You
my
read
head has
it,
been in the
I know.
sand for booktube because I've been studying, and I only know
true.
like 3 people what they're really up to. But
I think I could see
Evie
like
read it,
reading
and I could talk to her about it.
Yeah.
One day we're gonna have like a conversation. We're gonna film a conversation, but it's
Good plan.
the idea, Paulina. The ideas that are brought up in that book just like blow my mind, and I loved it. It was so good. Yes.
Lovely.
So good.
And to find your way into Pete's Discord and words, find us all through there.
Yes.
Words.
It's there. It's not. It's probably. Well, it might be in the comment links below. I don't know if it's part of the standard stuff. It should be down there.
Oh, she has. That's good to know.
Yeah. Always good to know who's reading what.
I like the overall concepts of what I heard about Tender's the Flesh. I don't think I would enjoy reading it.
I mean,
Because,
it's
like,
not
the
a pleasant.
nitty-gritty.
It's not a pleasant
Exactly.
experience. It's not supposed to be pleasant at all. It's supposed to make you have like it made me want to crawl out of my skin because every part of you is screaming, this is wrong. But the book is like trying to have this conversation about simultaneously, like, this is a horrible thing, along with, are humans just like, are humans animals?
Yeah.
Why is this wrong? Because we've made this moral opinion about it. We've created the social mores. What's like, where do you draw the line between what's right and what's wrong? And how hard must things get before you decide to move that line?
Yeah.
Basically. And just, brain. So good. I know there are some like moments that she had that are just little things, and it's so impactful. And it's also so gross. So gross.
Right. That's probably why I'm not likely to
do not eat while you're reading. Like, you do not snack. Like, just don't.
Okay.
I had to not eat like red meat for a little while.
Okay, I'm not reading it.
Okay.
Am I grossing out Anita?
No, it's okay. I don't want you to stop, but
stop.
That particular
thing. I can stop.
TMI.
I'm just happy that I found someone who also liked the book.
That's funny. Yes.
Besides this weirdo that Evie is.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a weirdo too.
Yeah.
To be fair, most of us are weirdos. That's why
we are.
here.
We are. We're absolutely all weird. This
and
is
a
why
little
we
bit of
mesh.
introverts.
Yeah. This is our
whole
socializing for all.
The whole reason we are here right now is because we are
no lives.
Hey, I'm kind of okay with that. So I'm vegan, yes. Most of my classmates are like younger than me, and anyone who's not is married and maybe has kids.
Right.
And all of the younger people, like with the exception of my D&D group, they just go out to the bars all the time.
Yeah.
So
I was the same age as all the people that so we did this boot camp for my CPA, the certified professional accountant. I don't actually know what it stands for. It's really bad, and I have it. And it's like
I think it's certified professional accountant.
I think it's
that's funny.
Yeah, I think it's certified professional accountant. I think there was anyways. So that's what everybody else in my class did, and I was younger than most of them because like some of these people had done masters, and I was like, nah, I'm not doing that because I already had all the credits I needed. But like. They would go out to the bars to relax. And even when I was in DC, when I was working up there, it's just like I purposely didn't live in the area with all the bars because one, it's too much money, and two, I don't like that scene that much. It is like if it's your scene, it's your scene. Go for it. I just don't feel comfortable constantly going out to bars.
But a night at the bar is maybe 2 books worth of booze. So
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I think about that now. If I'm tempted to go through the McDonald's drive-thru, I'm like, that's a book. I could buy a book off of Amazon for that.
Yeah, I do that now. I measure in
know
my
we don't
Audible
like
credits.
Amazon. We don't
I
like
will-
Amazon, but we are poor.
I live in
It's
New
true.
Zealand. I don't have a lot of options.
I
Right.
understand.
You know,
I will always hit on Amazon because I just really don't like them. I'm not
believe-
judging people for.
If I could buy what I
Sorry.
wanted from other places, I totally would, because I'm not happy with supporting Amazon.
Mhm.
No.
It is just clear. It's
And
my only
that-
real option.
that's exactly why it's toxic. Is because for a lot of
Yeah.
people, it is the only option, and it shouldn't be.
And it prevents it lessens the ability for any other business to enter into the market.
Yeah, they have
So,
toxic
yeah.
price controls on their own books, so they'll sell things at. So consistently,
Yeah.
physical books are a loss leader because they'll sell them at a loss because they can, because they make
This
so
is
much
why Book
money
Outlet
from
is
other things.
amazing.
Book Outlet, bookshop.org.
I got this book,
Like-
this beautiful hardcover YA book
Yeah, it's really
that is
beautiful.
supposed to be $20. I got this book for $5 off of Book Outlet, and it's in perfect condition. The only thing is they have like a little dot or
Oh,
something.
the
on the
remainder
bottom.
dot, yeah.
Yeah, because they're overstock from other stores. Like some of them I've gotten
They're
have, like,
remainders.
Walmart
They're like
stickers
stuff
on
that
them.
didn't sell. Yeah.
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 And so
So
I
that's
bought
a global
scrap-
thing. Anytime you get one with a mark on it somewhere, it's because it didn't sell.
And
You
I don't know
guys-
why.
You
Some of
guys
them are really,
continue.
like,
I'll
popular
take
books.
half an hour break. Okay, I have some work.
You have some
I'll
sprint
be
you
back
want to
in
do?
half an hour. What?
Should we read? Is that our cue to read more?
I think that's our cue to read more and build more.
I'm not saying this time, read. I did that twice last time, so this time
Well,
you
to be
guys
fair-
carry on. I'll take a break for half an hour.
It's a weekday, and Pete still hasn't finished his books. So
I did
We should
convince
get
Charmaine. I was like, "There's a steal, Charmaine," and she was like, "Oh crap!"
yeah, awesome.
But it was a sale.
That too, that helps because it helps you spend less because you're spending money on gas and you have to actually make the effort to go to the bookstore.
You
and
have to
stuff like
put
that.
pants on and go outside.
Exactly.
The pants
And
part
that's
is
hard.
the problem.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So
My favorite used / independent bookstore is in Kalamazoo. So every time I go visit friends, I always go there, and I love it.
there you go.
But
I think we should-
we don't have one of those really in Mount Pleasant.
Well,
I had to
think
drive
we should read.
45 minutes today to Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
Well, that was an adventure. We should read, and Pete will be able to put some
should.
books on in the
Cool.
wall.
Where we at? We're at. Let's do that.
All right.
Same. The ones that I can get to. And we're back. I feel like it looks like I haven't made that much progress, but
No, it has. I saw you like lift a whole like chunk of hardcovers and put it up there like it was nothing. And I was like, that would fall on my face. How is he doing that?
much practice.
I'm over halfway done with my book now. And I think
Yay.
I read like 30 pages. I'm going more closer to Pete's speed.
Umi zoomy.
Zoomy, yes.
And what about you, Anitha? Anitha.
Muted.
There you are.
I haven't read anything in last 2 sprints, but I finished all my chores, everything. Now I can sit and read.
Yay.
Yay. Awesome. I'm just trying to get this bed cleared off because I usually what happens is I'll have a stack of books on the ground at the end of the day that I still have to put up, but I just want to get most of the bed cleared off.
Done. I think only last 20%.
Last 20% of this?
It looks like that at
Ish.
least.
Yeah, the main bit is done.
Tilt it up so you can see how far from the ceiling you are. Okay.
It's almost there. I think there's still a big chunk that you guys can't see on that edge, that the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. That's not that bad. So do you put your ones you're gonna read on the top?
No, so give me 1 second.
What are those books on top of Senlin? I'm so curious that are you going to read them first before Senlin?
No, so what's on top of Senlin is Promise of Blood.
Ooh.
Blood. And then we have The Raven, the Rebel, which are the blue and the red one, orange one.
Mm-hmm.
Those two. Those I've already read. But no, I'm able to actually like take out Senlin because I have something horizontal on top of it. It's not like the load is spread between them.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if I can demonstrate.
That's not that bad.
Yeah. I think give a little bit space so that you can fit your finger there, then you can pull it.
Cool. Jawbone.
I can, take it out.
Yeah, cool.
Paulina, what is jawbone? Speaking of jawbone, I don't know if it's the same jawbone I'm thinking of, but I just ordered a copy of Kane's Jawbone, and I'm going to try and solve.
Oh my gosh. Kane's Jawbone is so interesting. I think like 3 people have ever solved it.
Yeah, only 3 people. And there is a competition. And if you can figure out all 6 murders, if you find all 6 victims and pair them with the right murderers and get all 100 pages of the book in the correct order, you win like $350. But it's the recognition.
Yeah.
And you have to do it by the end of December this year.
Oh, what? Are they going to, what? Is like the competition ending or something? Because it's been around for years and years.
They did a competition. I think it was whenever the book was originally published, which I think was in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
And then they just revamped it for like one of the anniversaries of the book. And so I happened to watch a video of someone doing it, but I stopped the video before he actually started working on it because I didn't want to see anything because I want to try fresh. So I have an entire wall of my living room that's completely blank. And so I'm going to tear out all 100 pages and I'm going to stick them to the wall and I'm going to work on it. And I'm going to turn into It's Always Sunny meme.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's going to be awesome. I kind of want to get it myself and turn a wall that I have into that now. Because like I heard about this like a year and a half ago and I was like, oh, this would be great. And I never actually like got the book. I didn't realize it was ending and that's kind of sad.
Well, like you can still solve the mystery, but like the competition will be over.
but I like the idea of something that's like, only a few people know the solution. I don't know. It
Mhm.
seems appealing to me. Of just like,
Yeah,
hey,
it's like
nobody
if you
knows
think you've gotten it correct, how do you check it if the competition isn't still
the
going?
one person that knows the answer, or the three people.
The 3 people who know the answer.
Mm-hmm. Stories.
Oh.
Disgusting bits. Okay.
That sounds scary.
Interesting.
Sounds very scary.
Sounds litfic.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I don't know.
But I have no idea when I'm going to have time to do the Kane's jawbone thing. And I just got to make sure I don't get too into it and like not study. But
how are the cats, Charmaine? Because this Chilling Effect is a book about. It's a sci-fi book that
Cats in
involves
space?
psychic cats.
Psychic.
Cats.
Oh,
that's
psychic.
the book, Psychic Cats?
Either Charmaine or
And
I think it
Angela.
was Angela. Yeah. One of them described it as if long way to a small angry planet actually had a plot.
I'm looking at it right now. Yep, kidnappers, alien emperors, psychic cats, and she's out of coffee. That's the tagline on the front.
That last one, though.
Interesting. I'm adding it to my want to read list.
That makes sense.
I've been wanting to get into horror. I don't know why. I almost got the is it House of Blood? Maybe. There's like this book that just came out that's like a vampire book. It's gonna drive me crazy until
you figure it out.
Yes.
Oh, it was Charmaine that described it as that, because I think Charmaine was the one who read Long Way with Alan, probably.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let me change so like this way is not all.
So you're not all in the.
I'm not all in the spotlight now because not everybody's staring.
House of Hunger is what it is.
House of Hunger. That sounds on brand for vampires.
Yeah, and so it's almost like, I guess it would be considered horror. I didn't think that it was considered horror. I thought it. I don't know what I thought it was, but it's like, imagine a brothel but for vampires, and instead of sex, it's feeding on people.
What?
Yes.
So they sell people as a food to vampires?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, they don't take the people; they go to the place.
So it's like a renewable resource restaurant.
Yes, of people. Yes. The way that it's described on the book, like the book blurb, is way better than what I'm describing it as. This is like the crappy Reader's Digest version.
It sounds like it could be interesting, especially depending on the perspective of the person that is the point of view.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It seems really good, but it was a lot cheaper on Amazon, so I did not buy it in store. That's like my thing.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Mm-hmm. Amazon is evil.
Amazon is evil. I even have a pamphlet.
What? A pamphlet?
So when I was living in DC, I went to a few of the local bookstores, and one of them actually had this, which is "How to Resist Amazon and Why" by Danny Kane. It's like tiny; it doesn't even have a spine, but it's like 20 pages. So maybe a bit longer than a pamphlet, but it's a very good thing to read.
Is it a good read?
Yeah, it's a great read. Because not only does it say, hey, Amazon is bad, but it's also like, hey, this is what we can do about it. Not quite. I'm not quite there yet, Charmaine, but I could be. I definitely am known at the place that I work as like the dude that one of two dudes that doesn't like Amazon. But the other guy like just got a smartphone this year. So like it's interesting company.
Yes. Did he have a flip phone beforehand?
Yes, he did.
Was it some Nokia brick? Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Yeah, basically the only reason he got a smartphone is because his cell phone provider wouldn't, like literally just wouldn't allow him to have a non-smartphone anymore.
I remember my last phone that wasn't a smartphone was one of those ones that like slid outward and you had like the QWERTY keyboard.
Yeah, same.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Sliders, they're called slider phones.
They were great.
I loved it. And I remember being like, I don't want a touch screen. I hate these. They don't feel like buttons, blah, blah, blah. And now I can't imagine not having a smartphone.
When I used my first phone, Nokia 1100, I think, the texting, the typing, I used to be so fast. That time we used to talk only with texting. Oh my god.
The 9-pad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Three letters per key.
Say what?
3 letters per key.
Yes, 3 to 4, depending on which. I think it's like what the last one is for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And then the one with the actual like exclamation point and period.
Punctuation, yeah.
Punctuation, that's the word I was going for. Thank you.
You're welcome. One of us can use words.
Yes.
It'll switch back and forth, that single brain cell. But yeah.
Yes.
It's so great. I have friends that actually have like the touch screen smartphones, and they're nice.
Those kind of freak me out, how they like bend.
Yeah,
It's
a little bit.
weird. I had razors in high school. I had a pale pink one and I had a hot pink razor. It was.
Hey,
Are you okay?
I worked for Motorola.
Oh.
I used to test on that. Whenever we developed some feature, we used to test on that pink phone.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Are
you okay? You keep putting that to your face. Are you just really hot?
My eyes are burning somehow.
Oh. Have you been looking at a screen too long today?
Not just today. From 3 days, so it's like something. I mean, I had headache, and my eyes were burning.
Oh,
do you have blue light glasses? This is my automatic thing is like, eyes, maybe blue light glasses, because I have them and they've helped a lot with my headaches and screens before, because I usually am wearing those when I'm looking at screens.
I should get something like that.
You reminded me to put on my blue
You're
light
welcome.
glasses. So you can see on my lenses that they're the blue light.
Yeah, I keep them on and off during sprints, but like, yeah.
When I don't have my glasses on, or I have ones that don't have the nose pads, I like feel phantom.
Oh yeah.
Like I have to push my glasses up and then they're not even there.
I have so if I wear like sunglasses, like cheap sunglasses that don't have the flexible nose pads, I actually get headaches. It's really weird.
Yeah, my glasses right now, they don't have any at all, and they slide down my face all the time, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
You should lay down and put like a cool washcloth over your eyes and like keep them shut for a while. That always helps me.
Yeah.
That'll help.
This is not certified medical
I think
advice,
it's mostly because I don't like reading ebooks, but the Sons of Darkness, I am reading ebook. I think it's because my screen time got increased.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, definitely.
I hate when my iPhone tells me how much time I spend on my phone a week. It's like, this is rude. Please don't do this. Don't tell me this thing.
Out.
And then I'm like, oh, I just like get so embarrassed of myself. I never share with anyone. Oh no.
I don't even look at that. I'll have to go jump somewhere if I look at that.
Yeah, I can't look at it either. It's wild. It's annoying. Let me take these out.
But like I communicate through all the people at my school through my phone, email for school, all of this stuff. It's not like you're just using it for fun all the time.
And this is why we read, to get away from it.
Yeah, it's
When we can.
unfortunate that Kindle Unlimited has a lot of books that I want to read. That just means I'm going to be on my tablet all the time.
What there are also like screen settings that have like blue light filters on them that I don't think are as good as glasses. I could be wrong. I don't necessarily know exactly what I'm talking about. But and the other thing is, are you reading on like a Kindle or you're reading on like your phone for Sons of Darkness?
Phone or laptop.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
that's
laptop?
definitely why.
I have
'Cause
one of
it-
those Kindle Paperwhites, and it looks like a page, and that is like way better for me.
Yeah, because it doesn't
I
have the blue
don't
light.
use Kindle because I don't read ebooks. It's waste of purchase for me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
rarely, some books like once in a while. I mean, this month it could be two, unfortunately. But this generally, I read this before sleeping. Then I use my phone, or if my laptop is open, I'll just open in that window and parallelly I'll read while doing some work.
Mhm.
That sucks because being on your phone as like right before you go to sleep is not very good for you and for your sleep. I am super guilty of being on my phone before I go to sleep. So like I'm being a super hypocrite right now, but that is the consensus, is that it's like super bad. And I too like to read before I go to sleep.
Yep.
I'm reading Gideon the Ninth very slowly on my phone.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
Pete, I
having
don't know if you can see this.
yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
I
The
have
Sons
a,
of Darkness is in phone. I mean, ebook. It's 900 pages. I am only around 200 pages. Oh my God! When will I finish that? And when will I start company?
dark mode is great. I love putting dark mode on like everything.
Yeah, dark mode is on. That's how I do my
Yeah,
Kindle.
use dark mode only. That's much better actually.
How do people read in light mode? I don't know.
Yeah, I turn on light mode for anything. I'm just like, oh my gosh, my eyes are hurting. They're burning now because
I also have my like brightness all the way down on my phone when it's like that.
Oh yeah. When I have to scan something, like so when I scan a ticket at like the concert or whatever,
Mhm.
I actually have to turn my brightness up because their scanners can't read it. It's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's what happened at the concert I went to, and it like blinded me. Like, blinded. Yes.
Turn it down.
Pretty much.
Kate, did I ever show you any of the stuff I got from oh my gosh, I'm a terrible friend. So, for context, I went to a My Chemical Romance concert and I got merch, of course I did. The first one is this hoodie, which is like great.
Oh my God.
It says decay
What color
because
is that?
it's
Sorry,
a green. It's like a army green.
Yeah, it's like an army green.
yeah, that's a cool color for hoodie.
Yes, and then it has like a fly on the side of the hood.
Is it the hood?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they had a full on like the jacket that the Riddler wears in the Batman.
Mhm.
They had a jacket a lot like that my friend got that had like similar imagery and stuff on it.
That's
really cool. And then I have to find the shirt.
Did you get like a stereotypical band shirt with like the dates and like locations on the back?
Not quite, but I did get this.
Oh my God, that's
My
awesome.
Chemical Romance.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, I will be eternally jealous.
The best thing is it glows in the dark.
What? You gotta turn the lights off.
You should film a video like that.
With the lights off?
Yeah.
Just to glow in the dark. That'd be interesting.
No, just show us with the lights off right now. Oh, it doesn't
not-
look like.
Yeah, you guys can't really see with the light.
No, you're just a black screen.
We tried.
Yes, and we failed. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I would have bought so much merch. I didn't get any merch at the Lizzo concert. I almost got a tote bag, but I was trying to be good. But if it had been My Chemical Romance, good would have gone out the window.
So they also had another like a shirt that was white, but it had dark mode activated.
Oh my God.
basically. So it was a mock tabloid cover with all these crazy things about like all the rumors, quote unquote,
Ooh,
about the band. It was really funny.
that's awesome.
Yeah. I was tempted to get a lot more. So my friend also got like they had these flags as well, and he got both of the flags because why not? So now he has those on his room, even though I had no idea where he's gonna put them. It was funny.
You need a flag when you're in a parade.
Of course, the Black Parade.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah. I am really looking forward to this album that may or may not come out, and we don't even know yet. But
Crossing fingers.
so.
Did they tease it, or did they like?
I mean,
Or is this an internet rumor?
Partially an internet rumor, partially a lot of people basing things off of imagery that they have going with this tour, like that shirt, like all the fly imagery and the decay, and then the foundations of decay. The some of the stuff that's on the stage when they're doing it, like it looks like a bombed out New York. So there's a rumor that it might be like a sequel, another concept album that is a sequel to Danger Days. That's what I was gonna say.
Ooh.
So like an actual but instead of being in California, it takes place in New York. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, which would be really awesome. And I think there's a lot of commentary on today's day and age that they could do, which would be really cool.
I like it when they drop little hints like that. It's very Taylor Swift of them.
Mm-hmm. Or they're just putting random things because they look cool on their stage, and then everybody's like, what?
Conspiracy theory is so much more fun. Gerard Way is better than that. I mean, he's wrote comic books and shit. Like, he knows how to do that kind of stuff. He's smarter than that.
He is very smart, but like
playing the long con. Excuse me.
There have been no less than 3 different dates that I've seen proposed that have all come and gone about like when they're going to drop the album. Like for instance, they were in New York on 9/11 playing a show, and everybody was like, they have to drop it today.
9/11, that day, that year.
Yes. So funny thing about MCR, they were formed because of 9/11. Like George Way, the lead singer, he actually was on a train to go propose a cartoon for Cartoon Network when 9/11 happened. Like he was coming in from Jersey, and because of that, he formed My Chemical Romance. And one of my favorite songs is actually like based off of that event. Like it's great. It's a really moving song, and there's references to it in some of their songs. There was an issue that there was like something on Reddit where somebody was like, hey, I know not all of you remember 9/11, but can we not celebrate it? Because there were some younger people that were celebrating it as like a, yay, 9/11 happened, so My Chemical Romance could happen.
Really? Oh, God.
And yeah, some guy was.
That's not.
This is super insensitive. Please don't do this. I know it's not like something that you were there for, but can you recognize that it's a traumatizing event and like a defining event for a lot of people in terms of like big things that happened in their life, and they remember it with grief? It's disrespectful of the grief, essentially, I think is what it boiled down to. So
that's crazy. Well, I mean, there are so many kids now.
I mean,
that weren't alive when that happened.
I was alive. I just don't have memory of it, and I'm kind of like, what?
I was in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's the this is stupid, but like there's a part of me that's like, I wish I had memories of it because I was alive, but I wouldn't have understood what I would have saw.
I mean, my memories consist of my friends and I being grumpy about how we couldn't go outside for recess, and confused as to why our teachers were watching TV in class and we weren't actually learning anything, and why no one could go home until their parents came to pick them up. Like the school buses stopped working. And then we had to sing Proud to Be an American like every 5 days, like all the time. It was really annoying.
That's really interesting.
For us, actually, it's holidays time. So we were, visiting an aunt. One of my aunts live in Boston. I mean, she used to live in Boston that time. in the middle of the night when that happened, I mean, she called us in the middle of the night to tell us that she is safe, everyone is safe. And we were like, what happened? Why are you informing us that you're safe? Then she told us, and when we woke up in the morning, we switched on TV and we were like shocked.
Yeah.
We followed very closely that incident.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, I've definitely done some studying up on on everything that happened that day, and delved into some conspiracy theories. But it still blows my mind that, like, just watching some of those videos, it's like it's more the people's faces that are in the videos that really affects me. Of just like, this is they have no concept for something happening, and then their world breaks apart, and that,
It's
like,
it's more of a shock actually. Something like that could happen on US soil.
Oh wow.
that's crazy.
Why would you wear it intentionally? Like what?
I don't know. Fifth graders are obviously malicious, right?
Yeah, Charmaine definitely was plotting. What?
She was.
Maybe in solidarity.
Yeah, that's my first thought. Is like, you're wearing it in solidarity, not in like, haha, screw you type of thing.
Yeah, but like on the day it happened like in the middle of the school day.
So she was either a fifth grader was in on the plot, because jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, obviously.
Do you follow any of the conspiracy theories? Do you?
There was a time period. I think
the U.S. government did it. Conspiracy
no, I think that a lot of the jet fuel arguments don't take into account the weight of the building on top of the girders after it's been crashed into by a heavy object. So yeah. Anyways.
No.
Yes, we are still going.
Yes.
Not
No,
quite.
we did not.
It's almost there. Speaking of Tetris, we should probably do at least one more sprint. I think maybe one more is what I got in me.
Me too. I'm like, what I'm gonna do. I'm like 99% sure I have COVID, but I'm gonna do an actual test when we sprint. So
Nice.
Cross fingers for me.
Okay, good. I'm glad it was out of respect and not like a weird,
okay, good,
joking or malicious way, because that would be like, I would wonder what's going through. I wouldn't want to be in that woman's class or man's class if they were like,
It kind of maybe helped. You were a US citizen and that would have gone wrong way if you were a Muslim, if I can say it.
Yeah, I can see how that would have been taken wrong in that case. Yeah, sadly.
Okay.
But I'm glad it was in a positive way. I'm very glad, because yeah, people get paranoid, too paranoid. So, on that note, MCR is
on our
great.
very depressing commentary on 9/11. Jeez.
From where we went from where to where? Oh my god.
I was just talking about the Black Parade, man. And we got real deep.
Real deep. I mean,
Everyone,
it is about.
Look at my prancing pony cup. Isn't it cool?
That's awesome.
Isn't it cool?
Meet the sign of the prancing pony.
It's a handmade. I spent way too much money on this, but it's really
Worth
cool. It
Definitely
was.
worth it.
Or it is worth it.
All right, so let's sprint. Let's do this. Do more reading. Rest your eyes.
I need to read in this sprint.
I need to do the reading. Let's do. Do you guys want to do until 30 or 40?
Your wish.
It's 11 o'clock.
40.
40. Okay, cool. We'll do that. And thank you for everybody that's still with us and has joined us. You guys are awesome for sticking around. Thank you just for being here and supporting the insanity, ?
And my tantrums.
Yes, and Anita's tantrums about her eyes hurting, because people's eyes hurting is obviously not important, right? Right. No. Hello.
Yay! Are you done?
I am done. I managed to get it done, and I actually got a chapter of reading in.
Yay!
And so I had a shelf that I had a bunch of books on over yonder, and I actually didn't actually use that shelf at all. So I was more efficient with my Tetrising and got it all there.
Now what are you gonna put on that shelf?
More books, duh. Did you have to ask?
I can see Lady Trent book right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the next one. And then I have to buy number 5. And then number 6, which I think is like from her granddaughter's point of view, is all the way up there.
How many series are you planning, or is your goal to finish by the end of the year?
Let's see here. We can count Mistborn Era 2.
Okay.
Tawny Man.
Okay.
Dagger and Coin. What's this one? Shadow Campaigns.
Shadows of Self is there too.
Lady Trent.
Lady Trent. Books of Babel.
Oh, you'll finish them?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, I have
Go
not
ahead.
finished the Books of Babel.
No. My point is, will you finish by the end of the year? Only 3
Yes,
months.
so I have 3 months. So I have 3 months. I've already read Senlin.
Okay. 6.
And then the last one is the Flamefall Fury Song Aurelian Cycle.
7.
Wait, have you read Flamefall?
I've read the first one. I've not read Flamefall.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yep.
I don't even know. There's no way I'm finishing any series this year.
My goal is to finish 5 series, and then I have to finish the books I mentioned in my 5-star predictions by the end of the year. So I'm confident that I'll finish 4 of them, like Tawny Man, Shadow Campaigns, Earthsea, and what else? What else? Why can't I remember? First Law, Ember in the Ashes.
Oh my gosh. I don't
These
even
are-
know.
These are series, but then I mentioned 5 books in 5-star predictions. I'm not sure. In December, two books I committed extra. I don't know. With that 2, I may not finish at least first. One I'll slip. I'm thinking.
Nice. So how are you? You're reading Ember in the Ashes right now, right?
Book 1 I finished.
Book 1. How did you like that one?
I gave it 3.5 stars. I mean, Goodreads we can give half stars, so I rounded it up to 4. But I do have issues. Like, I like main characters, all 3 main characters, especially the third character, Helena. I really like the complexity of that character and complexity of that relationship, her friendship with main character. So, and I like the world. My problem is with antagonists. There is this uh, uh, Alan hates this trope, murderous bully trope. Oh my god! I every time he came on the paper, I hated him. Um,
Oh yeah, I think I remember Alan ranting about this one where he was like literally like to some random chick, "I'm gonna
yeah,
you," and for no reason. Yeah.
every time he came on paper, that's the only dialogue for every girl. Oh, I'll find her, and I'll that for everyone. And he did attack a couple of times, at least once I remember. And there is another antagonist who is brutal, who is cruel, who tortures people. But I am guessing there will be some backstory to her in future books.
Okay. Cool.
Like Galacta.
No, please don't compare to Glocta. I mean, she's like horrible person.
Glockta is not. Isn't Glockta the torturer though?
Yes, he
Okay.
is.
Okay.
That's
How do I put it? she hires slaves whenever
Oh,
they miss they're late by 5 minutes, bringing her something, she'll torture them, she'll pluck out their eyes, something like that. Okay.
she's that type of petty,
Yeah.
cruel.
Yeah.
Eh.
Okay.
That's gross.
But magic system is interesting, but in first book we did not dwell into that much. Actually, it's a Middle
Mhm.
Eastern magic system. There are jinns, rites, all these things. But we just touched upon them.
Mhm.
I hope we'll go into details in next books.
Nice. It's cool. Yeah, that one I don't have a firm idea in my head about what it's about. So like, or I don't have a firm idea in my head of like, do I want to read this yet? So listening to people's thoughts is
Okay, if you
starting
want to know
to prime
what
it.
is it about as a premise, um, the main characters, the girl's brother gets arrested, so she'll go to the rebellion to ask for their help. So those rebels ask her to spy on this cruel person, antagonist, commandant. In return, they'll promise her to um, help her brother escape from the prison.
Hmm.
That's one of the main characters, that girl. And the other guy is, he is a soldier in that military academy, finishing his training. He's in his senior year, who hates the, you know, that whole emperor thing.
Hmm.
He doesn't like torturing slaves. He doesn't like how what emperor is doing to these people. He wants to escape.
Nice. Okay, cool. I see how this is
That's the
going.
other main character. The third one I really liked is another student of that military academy. This guy's friend.
Cool. I'll keep it on my list because it still sounds intriguing, despite the murderous bully. I still don't
Yeah.
know, despite the murderous bully and the petty, cruel person, which is.
I think I'll like it once I get into it.
Mhm. So, Anita, how are your eyes doing?
It's better actually.
Okay, good, 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 good.
I
Now it's
think
not. Go ahead.
I I think I'll be fine if I get a good sleep, good amount of sleep. That's the main issue.
Yes, sleep. Sleep is very important. Speaking of sleep, we should probably wrap this up.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming, guys. Thank you, like everybody in the comments, and Kate, Anita, Derry. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys coming on. It's always a pleasure to talk with you. Always great to talk with you guys and spend time with you and not have to do this just sitting here in my room alone. So cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I had fun.
7 hours later.
See, important thing is you finished your thing. Something happened some in these 7 hours.
Exactly. I didn't just sit here twiddling my thumbs and doing handstands, right? Have a great night. Get some rest, everybody. Rest is super important. Everybody out there on the interwebs that is listening, get rest. I'm saying this to myself more than anything, but rest is great.
Good night, all.
Good night,
Bye.
Charmaine, Paulina, everybody else. Bye.
Good night.